Good morning and welcome to the Eric Twiname Youth and Junior Team Racing Championships 2024. This is coming to you from Farmer Reservoir. So today we are team racing. On the youth course, we have 3 versus 3. And on the junior course in Fevers, we have 2 versus 2. So the top course, the youth course, over on the left-hand side, quite far up the reservoir, we are sailing Fireflies. And then in the juniors and super juniors, we have Fevers. Fevers being 2 versus 2. So the idea of team racing is essentially to get over the line earlier than the competition. 3 versus 3, well, let's do 2 versus 2 first. It's a little bit simpler. 2 versus 2, easy enough, is whoever comes last loses. So if your teammate is in 4th, even if you're in 1st, that's not going to cut it. You have lost. If you are in 2nd and 3rd, however, you have won. So if you're last boat, you have lost and your team has lost. Oops. If you're 1st and 2nd, even better. 3 versus 3 is, so 3 versus 3 is a little bit more complicated. Essentially, if you get 1st, you have 1 point. If you come 2nd, you have 2 points. Come 3rd, 3 points, etc. If your team's points are 10 or less, then you've won. So for example, if you've got 1st, 2nd, 3rd, that adds up to 1 plus 2 plus 3, 6. And that means that you've won. Yeah, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, it's a pretty easy win. But you can have slightly more complicated combinations like 1 and 4 and 5, which adds up to 10. But your opposition has 2, 3, 6, so that adds up to 11. So they have lost. So if you're in a 1, 4, 5, that is a winning combination, but only just. So looking over at the youth competition in Fireflies, we've got a pretty interesting race between the blues and yellows currently. So they are on the bottom reach. So each team race today is set up in a sideways S, or if you're from America, a digital N. So you have a beat followed by a reach across the wind, then a run, another reach, and then a final beat. Apparently, some people have told me that this was invented at Spinnaker Sailing Club in Southampton to avoid the island. Not sure how apocryphal that is. Blues and yellows over on the far side, they're now coming into Mark 4. So they are currently in what I would say is a 1-2. That's a pretty good position. So 1st and 2nd, definite strong 1 from the yellows further out. You can't quite see it on the screen at this point, but much team racing happening at behind. So they've got yellows are being covered quite well by the blues at this point. So if you're in an unsure position, what you want to do is think about how many pairs you're winning. So right now, I would actually say that blues might well be winning 2 pairs. It's quite close, but I think they're winning 2 pairs at this point. So I think blue might be in a winning position here. It's pretty tricky to see even from this very nice tower that we have managed to secure for the commentating team of 1, I might add. And right now, yellows are possibly, I'd say, in a 1-5-6. Boat number one has, I think, crossed the finish line already. So once you've crossed the finish line, that's it, your race is done. So well done for getting first. However, if you look slightly further back, looks like your teammates might actually be in a 5-6. Well done to the blues for getting back into that one. Although this could be close from the yellows. Yellows coming across on port, so they have to give way to any starboard boats coming towards them. The blue boat coming towards them, trying to push them on starboard, didn't quite catch them, but the blues, they're finishing in a 2-3-5. 2-3-5, quick maths, adds up to 10. So blues come away with the win there. Yellows, well done for getting first, but that wasn't quite enough. Close racing. Moving towards the yellows and blacks now. So still on the youth course, yellow and black, we have looks like a 1-3 for the blacks. 1-3 is one of those combinations which you want to very quickly change into a 1-2. So there's such things as stable combinations and unstable combinations. Stable combination, that's your things like you've got a 1-2-3, pretty stable. Whereas if you've got a 1-3, you can tell that it's quite easy for the boat in second to just try and attack boat in third, at which point that 1-3 might become a 1-4, and that might change to a losing combination. So if you're in a 1-3, you want to immediately change that into a 1-2. As they come around, jibing at Mark 3, they're all coming onto the bottom reach. Looks like the blacks are in a pretty good position because yellow had a spin. Looks like someone didn't give room. So yellows, they can choose to take an optional voluntary spin. That's just one rotation. And it looks like that's what the yellows decided to do. If you get an umpire's red flag, however, you have to do 2 whole spins. So that's a jibe, attack, all in the same direction, all continuously. You can't pause halfway through. So it looks like quite a split reach, quite an open reach. Boats over to the left. Black is still possibly in a winning combination. So black coming in first, slowly heading up. And it looks as if we've got a 1-4-6 for the black. So black coming around in first, yellows in 2-3-5. 2-3-5, you definitely want to turn that into a 2-3-4. Let's see what black can do to the yellows over on the, oh, they just jibed. Possibly it could have done a little bit more. So yellows, actually, they are in a 2-3-4. They just need to make sure that they cover the black jibs. Black's got a spin as well, so not the best final beat for the blacks. Yellows, all they need to do right now is just sail fast. Boat on the left is doing a nice job of covering their opposition, whereas the boats on the right doing a good job of just fast forward up the final beat, get across that finish line as quickly as possible. So still 2-3-4 for the yellows, and the yellows, again, the boat in fourth doing a really nice job of just covering the black boat. If you are upwind of your opposition, you are the first to get to the breeze, and you will reduce the amount of breeze that they get. Your sails will push off dirty air onto them. And we can see the yellows doing a pretty good job of just covering those boats, forcing the black boat to finish, and yellows coming into a pretty strong 2-3-4. Nicely sailed from the yellow boats. So moving to the grey and red. So grey looked like to be in possibly a 1-4 4-5. However, I did just see a grey boat have to do a big alteration to get out of the way of a port boat. Looks like the port boat is already spinning. So red's now looking at a 2-5-6. It's a pretty tricky situation at Mark 1. That was a very busy Mark 1 with a lot of protests. And so remember, if you're on starboard, you have right of way. So that means if the wind is hitting the right-hand side of your boat, you're on starboard. Whereas if the wind is hitting the port-hand side of your boat, you are on port. There's no port left in the cupboard, which is how I remembered it. And we're slowing up at Mark 2. So this is nice team racing. When you're losing, you want to bunch everything up. You want to slow things down. You don't want the race to continue. If you're winning, you want to get the race over as quickly as possible. You want things to go very quickly. So because the Greys were not in a winning position, they slowed everything up at Mark 2. And they're now what looks like a 1-2. So this has been a nice mark trap from the Greys on the youth. So as they come round to Mark 2, we can see a little bit more of a closer race. So pretty strong 1-2 from the Greys. And even better, the Greys look to be in third. This is my favorite. This is my absolute favorite. When you have a 1-2-3 and you are in third position, I call it captain chaos. You just slow the opposition down. So what I would love to see at this Mark 3, the Grey boats in first and second will just sail on, and then the third Grey will be on the inside of the mark. They'll have luffing rights, and they will just slow the opposition down, make a big gap. It all looks like they're already doing that. So they're just being a nuisance, essentially. It's my favorite job in team racing, is being in third in a 1-2-3. Looks like they're just sailing round, though. Pretty strong 1-2 for the Greys. We might leave that there and come back to the yellows and oranges. So looking at the yellows and oranges, still on the Firefly on the youths. Orange, definitely in last, I can tell you that, but might be in first. It's a close thing. So once again, looking at the pairs, looks like orange is certainly winning one of those pairs, sailing off over to the right-hand side. And now this is going to be interesting. The greens have tacked onto starboard, and orange is just behind them in second. So it looks like orange are definitely in second, maybe fourth. So orange coming over towards, desperately trying to get to that Mark 1, trying to catch the green boat that is on port, but don't think they'll make it. Looks like orange sailing towards Mark 2, and they're in a 1-5-6. 1-4-5. So at this point, orange 1-4-5, you have an interesting little decision to make. If one loses one, it's A, very embarrassing, and B, not great for the team. 2 and 3, I would always advise that you hit back towards 4 and 5. So this is a very nice looking 1-4-5 for the oranges. The greens, who's ever in second, is backing themselves clearly and thinks, I'll have a go. I'll definitely be able to make it and catch up with first. And they're doing a pretty good job of it. If they get into first, they're then in a 1-3, and that is better. So orange jibed onto port there. And I think greens have done enough. Greens are currently on starboard, and it looks like they'll be in first. If they go hard and attack boat in second, like now, they're coming up towards them. They're forcing the oranges to jibe. So greens were on starboard there. They forced the orange to jibe, and green can continue to luff that orange boat if they wanted to. So they currently have luffing rights because they did not come from the stern. Orange is sailing clear of them. But it looks like the greens have done a good job of getting into first. So I'd say the greens probably in a 1-4-6 at this point. So green were being very, very aggressive there. So much so that I think they've done themselves a disservice. Orange tacking away and greens jibing round, but it looks like they might have actually jibed behind them. This angle is particularly tricky to try and actually see who's in what position. We'll have to come back to you when they come around towards Mark 4. So orange round Mark 4 in first. Green's coming in second. And it looks like orange are in third as well. So orange are currently in a 1-3. What did I say about 1-3s? That is an unstable combination. So boating first, you really want to hit back and get second, the opposition, into third. Because look what's happening already. The greens are on the push, and they are already on starboard, slightly above the orange boat that's going off on the left. So this is a close thing, and this is all at boat speed. If we look at the orange and green boats sailing off to the left, green boat has got pretty good height. Orange boat cannot tack now. So if orange tacks, they'll be on port. They would be infringing. They've tacked and they've had to do a big duck underneath green. Green have tacked on top of them. This is nice work from whoever is in fourth right now, the green boat. So greens look like they've got a 2, 3, and maybe 5. Who's ever in the second green boat is doing a sterling job of trying to slow this down. And it looks like the greens might have snuck a first, in fact, up at the finish line. It looks like greens are in 1. So all greens have to do is not come last. And it looks like they might even come third and fourth. So I think 1, 3, 4 from the greens. That was very nice work. So greens coming in. If you are first, not last, then you are winning. That's a good rule to have. Coming over to the blacks and yellows now on the first beat. 2 boats have gone off to the port hand side, very much over the ley line, but yellows obviously wanted to make sure that that boat really stuck into 6th. Looks like the yellows probably coming in definitely second, probably third, and then we'll see how well the yellow boat on the left does against number 11 in black. So number 11 in black coming in on starboard with good pace. Now, do they go aggressive or do they just try and sail round? So went a little bit aggressive. Yellow ducked. Now, yellow has luffing rights now. So as soon as black tacked, yellow just kept their pace going and became leeward boat. That is a very nice move from yellow, thinking about the bigger picture. Yellow's in a 2-3-4, not the most stable looking 2-3-4. So you can see one of the yellow boats just slowing down on the top reach just to make sure that they're in a secure 2-3-4. Black's in 1-5-6. So we can see a little bit, there's a huge gap between first and second. Here's Mark 2 with yellow sailing around nicely in a 2-3-4, black in a 1-5-6. Black's doing a good job of splitting. They don't want to be covering each other. And yellow just holding the inside track down on the left. If you are on the run, you can, if you stick to the left, you'll be on starboard for more of the time. So you can see a little bit of a battle going on towards the back. The yellows need to be careful because they may have just given up their 2-3-4 for a 2-3-5. We can see, bigger picture, one of the blacks has come through into fourth position, and they might even be in third. So that's great pace from the blacks on this run. Looks like the first black boat has sailed round, and it looks like we might see a 2. So yellows might get a little bit more aggressive. They're coming in on starboard. Black jives away to avoid. And yellow, once they're inside the 2 boat lengths, they can take their time. They don't want to leave that 2 boat lengths because they have a lot of power within it. If you enter the 2 boat length zone, and if you're clear ahead, you can do a lot of things, especially at the bottom mark. You can even be on port and a boat coming at you on starboard. If they do not have mark room, they can't actually mess with you. So that is worth bearing in mind. This is one of the few times that port starboard isn't the overruling rule. So black sail round in first. They've just gone round mark 4. And that is a big one for the blacks. They've no contact with the rest of the team. They've just gone, well, I'll get first, and I'm sure they'll sort it out. Looks like black are in a 1-4-6. Looks like a jibe back at mark 4. So jibing onto starboard to force black into 5-6. So 1-5-6 for the blacks currently. Yellow's tacking at mark 4 there. Tacking at right at mark 4 can be quite dangerous. There's a lot of chop. There's a lot of disturbed wind. There's a lot of umpire boats sailing, driving past and things like that. So immediately tacking at mark 4 is quite bold. Usually give it 2 or 3 boat lengths, because as you can see, the yellow boat on the beat, they are vulnerable now. They've tacked and then they had to tack again. So yellow boat finally getting across, but they were on port, and there is a red flag on the yellow. So red flag for the umpires. Like I said, mark 4 is a very, very tricky place to tack. So yellow's having to do a full 2 spins. Person in first in black obviously knew what they were doing. They're in first, and all the blacks need to do is get over this finish line now. Yellows are in scramble mode. They're going to have to do something pretty fantastic. And unfortunately, it looks like they're both tacking to finish. So it looks like blacks 1-4-5. That adds up to 10. So blacks winning that. That's a great race from the blacks. Well done. And let that be a lesson to all of you. Tacking at mark 4 might cost you a race. So let's start talking about the junior competition. Apologies, juniors, that we haven't been talking to you all that much. Perfect positioning for the folks at Farmore Reservoir. So these are in Fevers, 2-boat team racing. Last boat loses for a pretty nice setup for the red team, who are currently in first and second. Notice how the red team are on the same tack as the greens. Whenever the greens are going to do, I think the reds are going to match them. So they're just covering them. If you put yourself higher than the opposition over you take their breeze. So whoever reds are look pretty much in charge here. A strong 1-2 coming up towards the mark 1. Lovely tack from boat 5 there in reds. Boat 4 coming round. Jib's got stuck a bit, but good enough to keep in second. Greens at this point, you just need to go fast. I say whenever I say that to my teammates, they get angry at me because it's pretty obvious. And the reds at this point, yeah, just try and sail away, make it as speedy as possible. I've been reminded to remind the Super Juniors that at 10:30, 12:30, and 2:30 there is training happening. So that's 10:30, 12:30, and 2:30. There is training happening, I think, at the top of the Super Junior course. Pre-start. Right, just about to get underway. In the pre-start is the blue jibs and yellow jibs. So pre-start, very tricky in these conditions, very light. I think the yellows have done a good job of being closer to the start line than their opposition. And they are a go. Yellows just about making it. They were a little bit early, but I think they'll be fine. In these conditions, it's a light breeze. You want to be closer to the start line than your opposition. It's a lot easier to slow down in these conditions when it's light breeze. Also, it's a lot easier to slow your opposition down by covering them. It's very, very difficult to come from behind and hook. We call it a hook. When you come from behind, before the start line, there is no proper course. Essentially, this means that you can come below, so lower on the breeze, you can go below an opposition boat and then head them up. So you can force them to head up, maybe over the start line. So that's great in heavy conditions, but a lot more difficult in these conditions. You slow down a lot. So yellow's doing a nice job. They were just waiting very close to the start line, and blues tacked in behind them, whereas the yellows got had good time and distance. They just managed to sneak over at the pin end, and it looks pretty solid from them right now. Very nice top reach from the yellows in the feeders, and I'd say they are both a leg ahead. They do need to be careful not to cover each other, so they're giving themselves a little bit of separation. Umpires, please do watch your wash. You can see these poor little fevers bouncing up and down. They don't have as much mass as the Fireflies, so was discussing sailing fevers. Apparently, they do slip sideways a lot, especially in heavy conditions. So that might come into play when things are very close in a windward leeward situation. Fireflies tend to slip sideways quite a lot. But at this point, the yellows seem to have this in the bag pretty much wrapped up. It's in these races that you definitely, all you need to really think about is boat speed, and every sailing race is just about boat speed. So often we get excited with all the team racing and things like that, and it tends to slow us down. If you just go faster than the other team, it actually works quite well, and it tends to get you over the line faster than the other team. Sometimes we tend to forget these things because it is a bit more fun to be all team racy and boisterous. But so often the faster team tend to win it. Looking at the yellows, looks like the boat in first went right up that last beat, and oh boy, did it pay! That might be worth noting down for those of you on shore who are thinking of how best to go up this final beat. Looks like the right is paying it currently. Don't quote me on that later. Sailing is a particularly chaotic sport, and the wind does shift quite a lot, so you can't be totally sure on everything. Looking now at the yellows and oranges, this could be a little bit more of a closer race. So boat in yellow on 5 coming across on port. If orange can get a piece on starboard, looks like it's a little bit too much of an ask. Yellow just sailing across just out of reach of the oranges. If they were a little bit closer, the orange might have maybe made a Hollywood out of it and done a big steer away. But I don't think they would have convinced the umpires today, especially with the crack troop umpires that we have today. Thank you very much to all of those umpires for giving your time. Okay, we'll watch the last, this one will be the last junior race that we watch for a little while. I think we'll watch the pinks and greens. So looking at the pinks and greens, once again, the pinks coming in, flapping jib, and they are much closer to the start line than their opposition. So I'd say they're in a much better position. So the pinks coming in nicely and slowly. You do have to think about the momentum that you can come in with. So black coming underneath, so it's pink versus black in the junior side in the Fevers. Black coming in with a bit of momentum, but the pinks are certainly, they were much closer to the start line. Pink tacks to cover the opposition. So this is really nice from the pinks, immediately tacking to cover their opposition. If I were them, I'd tack again, but first obviously thinking, I'm just going to go out and get first. Keep that boat flat. Flat boat is a fast boat. You can ask one of the many naval architects that are wandering around on shore. I'm sure they've got plenty of time for you to discuss the hydrodynamics of a flat boat versus a heeled boat. And pinks, once again, coming in 1-2. There's really nice stuff from the pinks. And just goes to show on a day like today, if you are closer to the start line, you will probably do better. It's closer than other races currently, so we'll see if black can catch up on the run. The run is one of the best points to catch up, because if you are in third or fourth, you will get the breeze before your opposition. So if there's a good amount of breeze, then you'll get it before the opposition. I think black boat in third might have fallen into the trap of, if I can just tack and get this boat, I'll definitely be able to get them on starboard. And I think they sacrificed a bit of boat speed on their last tack, coming up towards Mark 1. So right now the pinks are in a 1-2. Still decent pace from the blacks. If I were the boat in second in pink, I wouldn't be entirely happy with my position. I think I'd be okay, but maybe I'm a bit of a nervous sailor. The boat in pink in second, just jibing there, coming back towards the mark, and just checking over our shoulder. So if you manage to get overlapped on the inside of someone, so if you are on the inside track and you're overlapped, once you enter the 2 boat length zone, so imagine there's a circle around each one of these marks, that the radius of which is 2 boat lengths. Once you're inside that zone, you have what is known as mark room, and this means you can sail your proper course to the mark and at the mark. I do have a rule book somewhere. I usually just ask an umpire just to recount the exact rules. But pink doing a nice job, 1-2, coming round on the final beat. Now, have we thought about protecting the right? We have. So pink there, just tacking to boat in first, tacking to match what their opposition are doing in third. Very smart and prudent racing. This means that just in case the boat behind you gets some magical lift and the winds are against you, if they get a lift, you also get the lift. So pink's doing a nice job there, coming into first and second. It doesn't get more stable than that. Reminds me of the statistic that 80% of all team races are won on the start, and 49% of all statistics are in fact just made up. Looking at these green and reds now, this is a bit more of a close race. We currently have 1-3 for the reds, and red's just getting a little bit of wash there. So if green can make it across red here, then they'll be in second. So this looks like a closer race. 1-3 for the reds. Now, what you have to do in one, you have to slow down. I know that goes against all of your racing instincts, but you need to slow down and stop the boat in second. If you are in 3, you want to go as fast as possible. So what I would do here is exactly what green are doing. They're flapping their jib, they're slowing down, they are letting the boat in third come towards them. Now, what they are trying to do is set up a mark trap. What they want is the red boat to go above them, at which point the green boat is leeward boat and they have luffing rights. So the red thinks, if I go above them, I'm going to get luffed. But if I go below them, I might not have room at the mark. That means that I'm going to have to sail a huge distance. So if I get stuck between them and the mark, I'm going to be in the bin and spinning. But now reds, they were windward boat. They had to keep clear. Greens have done a really good job of just forcing them to keep clear. Reds are desperately trying to get ahead of the greens. So what the reds can do is it's what we call breaking the overlap. That's what they're trying to do right now. So if you break the overlap, you then become clear ahead. You are in front of the opposition boat, and they then have to sail their proper course. But the greens have done a really good job there. They're now in a 2-3. The job is not done, but reds have a lot more difficult task ahead of them. Reds jibing there. The greens are already inside the 2 boat lengths, so greens can take their time and just sail their proper course to mark 4. Now, let's see, looking at boat number 1, they have slowed right down. And what they're trying to do is also set up a mark trap. Greens want to be pushing back, so they want to keep fourth in fourth. First, you need to pick one. Pick one of them, and you're trying to get them into fourth. Quite often, there's a lot of playing back in two-boat team racing. The red, however, has he snuck in? Has he got room? It looks like he managed to get room, so that is just good pace from the boat in red. Suddenly, this is a very different race. The reds have managed to get themselves into a 1-3, possibly. If the green in second can manage to get over, so he tacks, his job right now, he knows his job is to try and catch the second red boat. So the first boat in red, probably not going to happen. But the green boat is desperately trying to catch the red boat in second. Green tacks away. I would have tried to stay on there because as the closer red gets to this ley line, the closer they get to finishing. Looks like the reds have this. Green's a little bit too far away to attack them on starboard, so reds, a nice 1-2 for the reds. Good racing from both sides there. Great pace from the reds to catch up, and really nice maneuvers on the top mark at the top reach from the greens. Looking at the yellow and blue right now. So looking at the yellow on the junior course, definite split. Yellows are in first, coming around Mark 3. And it's looking pretty close. So blues and yellows just jibed. Yellow is going to try and get in front of the blue. And blue just wants to get on the inside so that they have room. Looks like it's going to be a 2-3 for the blues as we come round towards Mark 3. Yellows have inadvertently jibed and jibed again. I think they might have been going for the wrong mark. Does tend to happen. So it's up to the yellow boats. So the yellow jib in first. Time is running out in this race. We're now down almost round Mark 4. So yellow's doing a good job of trying to get the blue boat below them. If they can lock that blue boat there and just keep them there, then that's a very powerful position. They can do a lot to slow them down. You can see already that this has slowed the race down. That's good work from the yellows in first. So that has slowed the race down and allowed their teammate in fourth to catch up. Might have been so good, in fact, that that yellow boat looks like they could possibly get themselves into third. So at this point, there's a split fleet. The yellows over on the right-hand side. Looks like they have to tack away from, so they were on port, they had to tack, and it's close here. If the yellows are laying, then it looks like the yellows will have first. But I think the blues coming in over the left. So it looks like the blues have great pace. They went left, had great pace, and they haven't been messing about with anyone else. Whereas the yellows are doing a really nice job of covering the blue boats. This is a close one, though. Suddenly, that yellow boat is now looking very slow. They're being covered by 3 other boats. This is going to be close. So yellows have definitely got a second, and it looks like they might have third. But if they tack, they're going to be tacking boat. That's very close stuff. They managed to not tack as long as they sail away from the buoy. But it looks like that's a very well sailed yellow win. So probably they weren't last. I can tell you that the yellows were yellows weren't last, so yellows win. It was a good race from the yellows, and a very close race at that. Moving back to the youth class. So in the Fireflies, we've got blue versus yellow just coming onto the pre-start. Breeze has picked up a bit. I'd say it's probably still leading weather, but it is less obvious sort of advantage. Blues and yellows, I've got to say, yellow could have had a better start there. One of your boats very nice on the start, but two boats really late. So definite advantage to the blues in this scenario. Blues looking possibly even, probably not in first just yet, but boat number 6 has quite a lot of work ahead of them, I'm sure. Blues, so everyone but 6 deciding to be on the same tack. Blues, I think, are a little bit nervous of ensuring they keep that bloke number 2 in keeping that position. Blue tacks off to split the chances. So very split beat coming up towards Mark 1. Yellow over on the right-hand side, screaming in on starboard. Looks like the yellows will probably get to Mark 1 first. Looks like there's been a pretty decent wind shift. So these boats over on the left-hand side, you can see on the screen, a really middle boat is really struggling to get up to Mark 1, and they are slowing down and tacking to avoid the blue boat coming on the starboard. So blue boat tack around in first. And it looks like yellows have done pretty well out of that first beat. They started in 1-5-6. There was a big 5-6, and they've managed to get themselves into a 2-3-4, looks like, and might even be a 1-3-4. So yellows just using their pace to just go over the top. We can see now the yellows in first are now on the attack. They are turning this 1-3 into a 1-2. They are leeward boat, so they have luffing rights. They can just, because they didn't come from stern, they can just force that blue boat up, and this allows their teammates in yellow in second and third to now come into first and second. So this is definitely advantage to the yellows. So we can see a nice 1-2-3 from the yellows. Third boat, you know your job. Just be a nuisance. First and second, hurry up and finish. Now, if I were the yellow boat, I would be tempted to do what he is doing and jive and try and attack the blue boats. But looks like a bit of boat speed is required, slightly more than currently available. But I can see a red flag from an umpire. I'm not entirely sure what that was for. I think that aggression from yellows was actually enough. So it looks like blues have spin from an umpire, so that's 2 full rotations. And especially in these conditions, those 2 full rotations can take a long time. So blues, yes, currently in a 3-4-6, not ideal. Just need to go as fast as possible. Still, the game is not entirely over. So blues are still in with a shout. They are quite close to the boat in second. As we come round Mark 4, what you want to do if you're in yellow, you want to protect your second. So what we would normally do is first comes around nice and speedy, possibly tacks, basically just gets out of the way of second, and then first, your job is just to cover third. So as first comes around, they decide which way they're going and react to whichever direction 3 goes. So if 3 tacks, 1 tacks. Second boat, you want to protect the starboard ley line. Now, I have the advantage of seeing that we're now in a 1-3 for the yellows. So the blues have done a good job of getting on the inside track there. Looks like we're in a 1-3 for the yellows. First is tacked and needs to start thinking about how they're going to attack back. The blues are doing a really good job of just enough just to keep their pace. So yellows are luffing and blue is just doing enough, just holding and making this take as long as possible. Blue tack. Now that gives them another advantage because they are now leeward boats. They have luffing rights, so they can hold that yellow boat as high as they can. Of course, if the yellows get a little bit of pace on them, they'll have to bear away and speed up again. But it looks like the blues are coming right back into this. They might be in a 2-3-6. 2-3-6, very winnable, but usually further back along the race course. This is pretty tricky. Blues have done well to get back into it up to this point. But if yellows are on the ley line, all they need to do is just sail a straight line. So one of the yellows tacks across over onto port, and blue is following them. And you need to keep the pace up. We can see that yellows have finished in first, and it looks like blues come in second, and I think the yellows are coming in third. So that's a 1-3 from the yellows. So well done to the yellows. You managed it, a 1-3-4, but also good work from the blues, definitely giving them a bit of a scare. Now we're going to move over to the blue and white team, which are current blue jibs versus white jibs. They are currently in the pre-start. Boat 14 on starboard there and boat 17 on port. Didn't see any protests from either boat, so no incident. Don't forget that umpires only turn on at 2 minutes. So if you're sitting shouting protest at 2:30, the umpire will blink at you. So white's coming away with a pretty solid 1-2 off the start line. Boat number 15 tacking to cover boat number 18. Boat number 18 is really the only threat at this point. They could only be a threat to the boat in 14. So boat number 15 just coming over left to just make sure that nothing untoward is going to happen to them. So it looks like a 1-2-6, pretty big 6 for the whites. So 1-2-6. And it looks like a quite nice cover. So it's really strong position from boat number 15. 14, however, you're on port. Let's see if you make it across. I'm not sure you're going to. So 14 having to do a big duck underneath 18. Comes back. Let's see if they're even in third. So those steers, those big steers, will slow you down so much. If you can do just smooth sailing, you'll be going a lot faster. Close between boat 15 and 18. 18 trying to keep their pace on and 15 just holding them for as long as possible. 15 tacks away and 18 responds. So now they are both thinking, we need to get back over to the right-hand side. boat number 16 coming across just into view, coming across on starboard, and they've managed to overtake another boat. So boat number 14 getting the worst share, getting taken out by two different boats. But 14 tacks onto starboard. If 14 tacks on starboard at the exact moment that 15 tacks on starboard, then I think we're all good. Both boats avoided. So 14 managing, they had to do some pretty big ducks. Now 14 is tacked, 16 is tacked. Well, this is all getting very, very close at the top mark. 16 is going to try and hold 14. Looks like 16 now is tacked. So 14 is probably spinning. We've got 2, 3, 4 for the blues. So 14 having to do some spins. They just couldn't get going up that final bit of the top of the beat. So 2, 3, 4 for the blues. 1 is in a tricky position at this point. It's pretty big 5, 6. And I'm going to give you some advice between just you and me. If you're standing up, your center of mass is actually quite high within the boat. That makes the boat less stable. Particularly in these conditions, that will slow you down and make the boat flop all out of the place. So if you're stood up, I promise you, you are going slower. You might feel like you're going faster, but you are going slower than if you were sat down. Blues seem to have taken that message, and they're already in 1. So boat in first decided, I think what they did was actually just let first go and try and attack 2 boats at the same time. Pretty tricky for them to do. So it looks like blues are now in a 1, 2, and might even be turning it into a 1, 2, 3 as we speak. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 for the blues. White boat might have a little piece of third, in fact. Got a little bit more pace than the blue jib, but we're still a pretty decent 1, 2 for the blue jibs. Does seem to be quite fluky today, so it's quite tricky to sail in these conditions and keep your pace on. You've got to keep your air clear, so you can't be covered by anyone on the run. And looks like the whites have done a pretty good job of covering the boat in second. I think boat in first, so the first blue jib sailing out over on the left-hand side. And the left is a stronger side, means you can come back on starboard. Whites, their only real hope is to cover that boat in second, get a double cover going. I think they're a little bit too far away from both each other and the boat in blue. So white have jived onto starboard and blue is currently on port, but don't think that they'll be able to get a piece of them. I would be feeling slightly nervous if I was the boat in second, but it looks like they'll be fine. Looks like they're getting into the 2 boat length zone now. Once again, if you're clear ahead at the 2 boat length zone, you have no issues. No one can go inside of you, even if they're on starboard and you're on port. You have your right of way to sail to the mark. But yeah, these are tough conditions. Very very high stress for the boat in second. So you can see boat in first is also just slowing down slightly. They don't want a huge gap between them and second. just in case they need to come back and help out. So let's see if the Blues have been listening. Blue have tacked off at mark 4, and I am hoping that they will go whichever way boat 3 goes. So the boat in second is vulnerable. They probably just want to shoot off to the right-hand side and then get themselves onto starboard, coming in towards the finish line. They have gone with the whites, though. So the white is, if I were in the white, I'd be quite happy with that. I would be trying to drag the boat in second into attacking battle, which it looks like they might have done. So 18 is tacking with 15, and 15 is doing a good job of just tacking away. If 15 can out-tack boat in 18, so 15, if I were you, I'd just keep going. Looks like you were gaining those tacks. 15 still tacking, still tacking. And 18 responds. This is getting closer and closer. Jury right there to see if 15 has to do any avoidance. And there's a protest from boat number 15. They think they had to avoid. They were on starboard. Green flag from the umpire. Umpire thought, no, it's not. You made a bit of a meal of that. No need. So that was good work from boat number 15. Just probably needed to do a couple more tacks, but Blue seemed to be a little bit shaken by the whole experience. Looks like they're still in first, but their boat speed has taken a big dip. Boat number 14 in white tacking underneath, and they now have luffing rights. So if they can slow that boat down, looks like 15 has gotten into second. So this is close. 18 is tacked as well. So it looks as if 18 might get across the line. So 15 is in second. So 14 in third. This is 2-3. 13 desperately trying to get across the line. I'd say 18 just manages to get across the line. But that leaves them in a 1-4-6. Well done, whites. That was really well done. So excellent work from the white team there. Just out-tacking the Blues. Really nice stuff. If you are in second, your job is just to go fast. The boat in first, your job is to protect second. Excellent racing from boats in white. So looking at the pre-start, we have blue versus yellow. Blue stripes versus yellow stripes. Yellow, nice start. You're closer to the line. You've got, could have had a bit more pace. So blue coming in with a little bit more pace. Yellows were closer to the line. So boat number 6 in first, they're going nicely. They were in first, but those first 20-30 seconds are so important for just having boat speed. If you can hit the line with pace, then you're going to have a big advantage. So we can see that paying off now. The Blues, yes, they were further back, but they had momentum. And in these conditions, there is less force coming from the wind. And as we all know, force is change in momentum over change in time. So you can accelerate a lot faster in bigger breeze, but in these conditions, the yellows didn't have much force in their sails, so it took them a long time to accelerate. Blues didn't need to accelerate, they were already going fast. And they are continuing to go pretty fast in a 2-3-4, maybe a 2-3-5. Looks like the yellows boat number 5 over is currently on starboard and probably thinking I can have a bit of boat number 1. And it looks like boat number 6 has just parked up entirely. It's absolutely stopped this race dead. Looking at this pair, boat number 6 and boat number 3, they are just stopped. Now, if I were in this race, I would just be thinking, this is tack game. If I know that my tacks are good, I will use any opportunity to tack. Obviously, of course, you can't break rule 42. So you can't go out of attack faster than you came into it. However, if you happen to just keep the speed and those tacks, there's a reason for those tacks, then I would use any reason to get tacking. So boat number 6 clearly just thought, I am going to slow this race down as much as possible. And everyone else seems quite happy just to sail along into that just stopped position. Boat number 4 is just holding boat number 3 there. So boat number 4 finally tacking off. And boat number 6, well, certainly you shake things up. We'll see if that worked out for you. So blues are in what I would say is a 1, certainly in first, and first doing a good job of not just sailing away, because you might want to do a mark trap at mark 2. But I'd say this is looking like a 2, 3, 4 for the yellows right now. Yes, 1, 5, 6 for the blues. Tricky for boat number 1. I personally wouldn't try anything at mark 2, but it's a tough call. We've seen already today that someone tried to do just to abandon 1 and take 2 boats at the same time. But this is a pretty classic 1, 5, 6. It's very difficult to do anything when you're in boat number 1, because you've just got a wall of opposition bearing down on you. Two, 3, 6 looking like a very solid group there, close together. They might want to start splitting up as we come around the run, so they aren't sitting on top of each other. Looks like they're getting a pretty decent puff, the yellows as well, so they're getting into a little bit more pressure, and that's just making things even harder for the blues to catch up from 5, 6. So boat number 1 has decided to come back. Boat in first. The blue boat has decided to come back and get in amongst it. However, they've unfortunately given up the right-hand side. If one of those yellow boats is able to jibe onto starboard, then they can force the blue boat away. It looks like the blue boat trying to do something. Well done. It's all too often that we see a boat in first in a 156 just sail away, which won't do your team any good. I usually recommend saving it for mark 3. Looks like the yellows now in a pretty solid 1, 2, 3. Let's see if the blues can try and get back into it. They've got a little bit more pace in the boat in third currently, but looking pretty good for the yellows. Yellows in first and second. Blue just about overlapped with third boat in yellow, but they came from astern, so they don't have any luffing rights. All they can do is sail to their proper course. And if the yellow boat jives onto starboard, they're going to have to get out of their way. So it looks like a pretty decent 1, 2, 3 for the yellows. That blue boat might just be able to get inside on third. That's up to the umpire. It looks like they've got an overlap now, but don't think they made it inside the 2 boat lengths. So boat in third, sailing round. They let the opposition in there, which I think, yeah, fair enough. I think they can probably force them up slightly higher than they currently are. But the yellow's still in a solid 1, 2. So you can see yellows are actually possibly in a 1, 2, 6. As soon as one boat is on the inside and is covering you, it's so hard to keep your pace up. So yellow's looking very happy 1, 2. Nice big gap between 1, 2. But as we saw last race, might not be enough. Just depends on how well they split along this beat. So the yellow boat's going off into first and second. Blue's still quite a lot to do. Yellows have gone both left and right. Looks like the yellow in left is going with a lot more pace. You can, if you look on the water, you can tell that there's more breeze by the darker patches. So as the wind comes across the water, it ruffles the water somewhat, and through the miracles of diffraction, causes a darker patch. And so you can really see on a day like today, you can see the lighter patch and the darker patch. And you will also tend to see that the boats in the darker patches will be going faster than the boats in the lighter patches. So it's still a pretty decent 1, 2 for the yellows. Looks like one of them is on their ley line already. That being said, of course, this yellow boat just coming across on starboard there. That blue boat is slightly close for comfort, but looks like the yellows they're already on their ley line, so they should have no issue getting across in first and second. Yeah, nicely sailed from the yellows. Commendable effort from the boat in first in blue. Definitely, you have to try something, anything really. When you're in a 156, it's very, very difficult. I'm going to give you all a break from my monotonous droning, and we'll be back shortly. So coming back to the youth competition, which is up in the Fireflies, the blue versus yellow. Looks like the yellows are in a 1-3 and they are on the run. So 1-3, you are winning, but only just. It's a close thing. So it looks like actually, it looks like they've just coming round Mark 2. So boat in first is very much in first. And yellow coming round into third there. And blue's immediately thinking of getting onto the attack. So yellow's sitting there on starboard, and then both jibe. So blue jibes onto starboard as well in his leeward boat. And yellow just avoiding, jibing again, avoiding. So blue still in a 1, so yellow, sorry, still in a 1-3. Blue needs to do harder job, more aggressive job of attacking back. So blue's in 2-4-5. That 2 really needs to turn that into a 3-4-5. But they are driving away. Not sure how that's going to play into their advantage. They've jibed back, and yellows have just come out on the inside. So yellows have just plonked themselves into second. Not sure if blue had a spin or something like that, but they've just absolutely stopped and stood up. Not entirely sure what they're going for here. Yellows, though, still in 1-2. Everyone seems to be very desperately playing attacking back, despite the fact that even if you're in first. Looks like the blues have then got into second. This is a mildly confusing race. Everyone seems to be doing something that I might not. Looks like the yellow's definitely in 1, coming along on starboard, and they'll be leeward boat. They can push that blue boat up if they wanted to. They're just sailing around, so they're still in a 1-3. So yellow's in a 1-3, unstable combination. They want to turn this into a 1-2. The other yellow boat towards the back, they're doing a fine job of just gapping. So you can see they're taking their time around the bottom mark, Mark 3. Yellows, you're in a 1-3. You want to make this a 1-2. So the boat in first, you want to be slowing down and trying to either hook the blue boat or get them underneath you. If they're underneath you, you can then cover them. And blues, you are wanting to be doing the same to the boat behind you. So first and second, you're trying to do the same thing. 3, you're just trying to get fast and get past the boat in second. As we come round, we're still in a 1-3. So boat in second, the blue boat. You've got some work to do. You're doing a good job of covering them. You could possibly loosen your jib to really mess up the breeze. If you flap your jib on top of someone, that means they get particularly dirty air. The air won't flow over their sails very well, and you'll slow them down even more effectively. Right now, still looks like a 1-3 for the blues. Sorry, for the yellows, 1-3 for the yellows. Yellow tacks off, clears their air. It looks pretty good for the yellows right now, actually. Blues just didn't tack with them, so they've got themselves into clear air. So the yellows looking pretty solid for a probably a 1-2 at this point now. as long as this boat, yellow boat on the left, can get past this blue boat, doing maybe what might in some rule books be considered pumping, but I don't think they made much gain out of it. Not entirely sure what else the body movements that you are doing in that boat currently are doing for you, but let's see if you can get yourself into second. So yellow boat's definitely in first, and certainly not in last. A pretty big 6 for the blues. So it looks like 1-3 for the yellows. Nice and easy. Job well done. So now we look towards the pre-start area for the Fireflies. So these are the youths. Quite often it's a pretty busy area as the pre-start. A lot of boats trying to get their ley lines and get timings and things like that. You do have to be careful not to sail into someone else's race. That can cost you a race win later on. So it looks like the blue jibs and white jibs are lining up towards the start line. Blue, boat number 17, a little bit closer to the line. They're probably going to be starting on the pin end. You tend to find that the best teams will split themselves along the line. So you've got one person on the pin end, so that's on the left-hand side of the start line. You've got one in the middle, and then you've got one at the boat end. This just means that you can hedge your bets. You've got a boat covering on all points of the line, and you will tend to find that one end of the line is a bit more favoured compared to the other. It might, depending on the breeze or depending on how the race course is set up. It might be that the pin end is closer, literally physically closer to the first mark. So then, if you sail that course, you'll have less distance to go. Looks like the blues and whites coming in now for their final run up. Blues, as long as they're not early, they look closer to the pin end, but pretty even at this point. Now is just go as fast as possible. Just head down. Don't think about anything else other than boat speed for the first 20-30 seconds. Looks like the whites have just a little bit more boat speed. So blues tacking out there, going off on the right-hand side. They were getting eaten alive there. They were just covered by 3 boats. 15, being a little bit more aggressive, just doing a little bit of a windward luff, and just clears his air. So 15 just goes and tacks off towards the right-hand side of the race course. Otherwise, it's pretty close racing between all pairs. So boat number 18 is over on the left-hand side. Is definitely stuck. They can't tack, as 14 is just going to hold them. And it's up to 14 when they want to go. They want to probably get all the way to the ley line and just hold boat 18, and now he decides to go. So boat number 14 tacks, his leeward boat. If boat number 14 wanted to, could also have a little bit of advantage because they are leeward boats. But given that 18 was quite far ahead, I think they had pretty good boat speed. Notice just how smoothly 18 is sailing. Notice how mobile boat number 14 is sailing. They're definitely just concerned with where everyone else is on the race course. So 18 just sailing smoothly. They're just trying to get over the top and around the front of boat 14. Boat 14, that was just a big steer, in my opinion. That steering, did that really need to happen? Boat number 18, you've got breeze over 14, but 14 still, still leeward boat, so has luffing rights, can be aggressive and shove 18 up. 18 just keeping tabs really, but it looks like 13 has done a pretty good job in getting their teammates into a winning combination. So we're now in a 1-2. So coming around in a 1-2 for the whites, pretty close cover from the boats in with the blue jibs. Boat towards the back there, boat number 14 really won't let go of the opposition. They're certainly enjoying being a nuisance. We've got a little bit of a jibing battle going on in between 2 and 3, boat number 2 and 3. So boat number 17 is now on the left-hand side, on the inside track. They might have, they're definitely going to have the advantage when they come back in. So when they come towards the mark, you can see that 15 is just jibe. 17, when they jibe, they're going to be on starboard. We can see a little bit defensive sailing from boat number 13. So 17 is jibed onto starboard. 13 is probably too fast and so is getting away from them. But blue jib is definitely in second. 13 jibes as well onto starboard. 17 doing a huge steer to get out of their way. I think boat in first is now within the 2 boat lengths, so has a lot of rights. And is just still just luffing boat number 17. So this is nice work from the boat in red 13. So they're in first, and they know they're in the not in a strong position, so they're trying to turn themselves into a 1-2. It looks like they're still in a 1-3. So as we come round the round Mark 3, very close racing. Boat number 15 is holding both of the opposition boats up and has allowed their teammate to go inside. Really nice racing from boat number 15. Just managed to negate 2 positions. So that's always a really nice feeling when you manage to take 2 boats out at exactly the same time. So blues, pretty tricky. They're still in. They're in second, and 13 is now below them, and they are leeward boat. They have luffing rights, so they can just push that boat a long way. If I were 13, I would keep them going for as long as possible. Then 13 comes around. They might not have done enough though. Looks like 17 has got room. But I wouldn't be too fussed if I was white because I've just changed our position from a 1-3 to a 1-2. That's nice team racing from boat number 13, and still just trying to keep pace. So right now, what the boats in white want to be doing is just going fast forward up the beat. Just keeping tabs on boat number in third, but honestly, at this point, just get over the finish line if you were in the white boats. yeah, that's a nice big gap now between the boats in first and second, and their opposition in third. So I think that that race is pretty much done. And yeah, we can see the white boats just finishing in first and second. So good racing, in particular, very bit of a mess at Mark III, but no protests, so the umpires could relax. So we've now switched to green and orange. Looks like green's probably in a 1, but also an orange in 6th. As we slowly come around Mark 1, it looks pretty light further up the race course. Reasonable breeze at the start line for the blues and yellows currently, but the orange and green very light at the top mark. It took them a long time to get up that beat. Now that we're there, now that we're on the top reach, you can see the greens are in a 1-3. 1-3 being unstable, and the ones are actually doing a good job to slow this down. So oranges have done a pretty good job of resisting that slowdown. They're still in second. Quite often, if you're in second and you're getting attacked from both sides, you know that it's probably a losing game. You just want to make it take as long as possible. I think in this position right now, because of the gap that we see between the boats 1, 2, 3, and there's a big gap between them and third, fourth, and fourth, fifth, and sixth. If the greens can get this 1-3 converted, then this is race over. That'll be it. If, however, the orange boat can convert and slow the boat in third down, then the race is very much wide open. So the orange boat in second really has to attack the green boat in third. They're jibing now to come leeward boat, and they're going to sail them up to windward. Green boat will try and break the overlap, so try and get ahead of them. Looks like the orange boats are doing a good job. So classically with team racing, so every so often it looks like all the boats are going in the wrong direction. Orange boat is doing a really nice job of just pushing the green boat away from where they want to be going. So green still in a 1-3, but that gap is getting smaller and smaller. It's even smaller now that the greens have had a spin. So the green took a spin. Orange have done a good job, but it's not over yet. You still have to get your teammates back into the race. Looks like they are somewhat predisposed to just getting themselves out of sixth. I would hazard that it's more important to get yourself slightly further ahead. If you are in a 2-4, you want to turn that into a 2-3 as quickly as possible. So the greens in first, they are still trying to make this into a 1-2. And so they are lurking on underneath. They will be leeward boat. And orange just slowing up at Mark 3. So this is a game of cat and mouse of who dares go slowest at this point. Looks like the greens now still in a 1-3. And 3 was doing a little bit of attack back there. I would usually hazard that it's much easier just to, if you're in a 1-3, just turn that into a 1-2 rather than attacking 2 boats at the same time. But let's see if this works out. So boat number 27 is just holding them up. And yeah, take 2 boats out at the same time. I retract all of my thinking. You've turned your 1-3 into a 1-3. So it's still a 1-3. You did have 1-3-6. You've now got a 1-3-4. Great. It is, however, still an unstable combination. If you have a 1-3, turning it into a 1-2 is probably your best bet. So boat number 1 is doing a pretty nice job of coming and covering orange. So the green overcoming on the left-hand side. Boat number 26 doing a nice job of just covering boat number 29. 29, there's not much point in pushing for first if your teammates are in a 5-6. Great boat speed on you. It's really nicely sailed, just coming underneath. However, I think this is probably not the time to show off your boat speed and more the time to come and help your teammates in 5th and 6th. Blues in a 1-3-4 very happily, sorry, not blues, yeah, greens in a 1-3-4. Even if they lose 1, okay, now you've got a 2-3-4, which some people would argue is even more stable. So yeah, greens just happily sailing along. I think all you have to do is get over the line. Orange, we're on port there, so it now looks like orange now in 1. And now that is interesting. Well done to the oranges for that incredibly large steering tack, but you managed to just hook yourself into one of the green boats. And if you can hold them there, you will probably get them. If you can get them into 6th, then you will then have a 3-4-5, which still isn't winning. It all depends on this green boat coming across on the right-hand side. So orange is still super aggressive, still holding them up to not allowing them to finish. Greens have now got 1. All green have to do is not come last. And I think green are going to do that with boat number 27 just coming across, sailing on starboard, on the ley line. Yeah, orange, you've shown some very nice maneuvers, but I think pick your battles slightly better and know when that you're going pushing forward and when you're pushing back. So let's take a look at the pre-start between the blue jibs and the white jibs and Fireflies. So the pre-start is always a little interesting time. It's a little bit more chaotic. All 6 boats are a lot closer together, and there's no proper course. So if you are to leeward of someone, so if you're further away from the wind, you have luffing rights. You have no proper course, so you can head them up as much as you want. Incidentally, just a little bit of rule chat here. Yes, you can force someone to tack. If you disagree with me, you can come talk to me in the tower and we can discuss. You'll need a pointiate. But yes, you can force someone to tack. It's just that if you are leeward boat, you cannot become the tacking boat yourself. So you can force someone to tack. It does not matter as long as you yourself are not a tacking boat. As we come up to the up to the line, blue boat in 18, leading the way. See if they're a little bit early. 14 just trying to get possibly trying to get the hook, trying to get underneath them. 18 hoping that the time runs faster, but they run out of time and run out of runway. So 18 just a little bit too early, having to duck away from the. So white versus blue underway on the Firefly beat. Looks like the whites have had a better start. They're definitely winning. Yeah, and a 1-2-3. It looks like a pretty solid 1-2-3 at that. 13. Boat number 13 can just sit on boat number 17. The other white jib is just going off onto towards the right-hand side of the course, just to cover over on number 18. I'm imagining they're about to tack. So boat 15 does a really nice positioning job of just tacking onto boat number 18. That's really solid, stable team racing, just making sure that you don't give an inch to the opposition. And the white boat's doing a real nice job of all of them stacking up towards the starboard ley line, which I think is a little bit risky. One of the boats tacking again onto 18. So yeah, this is really prudent team racing from the whites. They're letting one boat go. No, they're not. They're covering them as well. This is really great to see. So these are the steps that you take, which tend to mean that you are in full control of the race at all times. So if you have the opportunity to cover someone and it's not going to cost you much, you always take that opportunity. You always put in that extra tack to make it worth your while. And white boats in first, second, and third. White boat having to tack round to get around Mark 2. Sorry, that's Mark 1. But you can already see this huge gap between the white boats. Yes, a big gap between the white first and second and third. Yeah, blue boats not having the best time of it in that race. Really nicely covered from the whites, and got to say that's a pretty relaxed looking team in the white jibs. Looking at the red and grey jibs, looks like a pretty similar story actually. So 1, 2, 3 from the reds. Apologies for our dip in video quality. It has just started to rain quite hard, but at least you're not sat out in the rain in sixth, which I have been in that position far too often, and there's nothing quite like it. As we can just about see through the mist, reds are still very much in a strong 1-2-3, all stacked up on the starboard ley line, coming up to the first beat. I think we might leave the reds there to complete their win and maybe move towards see what's happening on the pre-start of the Fevers. Sorry, Fireflies. Looks like we've got orange versus green. So coming in towards the start line, orange just little bit stuck towards the boat there. They are going to get pushed up and up and up by 25. 25 can then just pick when they want to go towards the start line. So orange, you do not have room at the start boat. We can see green have done a nice job of coming away in first. So green boat number 26 is sailing away in first. They've got a nice position there. There's two orange boats behind them. So orange are in second and third and also in fifth. So this is a close race right now. It all depends on who recognizes what to do first. So boats in green, you're in a 1-4-6. You need to turn that into 1-4-5. And you're already doing a pretty good job of that. You can see that boat in fourth is attacking boat in five. Sixth tacks away to give themselves some space. And the green boat is just holding the orange on that starboard, on that side. Green now tacking away. That means that green are probably getting themselves into a 1-4-5. Looking further up the race course, green boat number 26 still happily sailing in first. And boat number 27 doing a nice job of getting the orange boat on starboard. Looks like a very stable 5 for boat number 27. So 27 doing a really just nice job just holding boat number 28. They do have to be aware that boat number 21 is just coming behind them. 27 is tacked. They've all tacked towards the ley line. Interesting little cameo from boat in blue. They definitely aren't meant to be anywhere near the racecourse. Do please make sure you're not covering anyone in opportune time. As we come around, so green certainly in first. And let's see how well that shakes out at the top mark. Looks like a 1-2 for the greens. Orange boat number 29 doing a job of just covering boat number 27. but I'm not entirely sure that's going to do much when you have quite such a mountain to climb of trying to catch that boat's number one in first and second. And I think getting spins will probably make that even more difficult. Looking slightly further up the racecourse, though, the orange boats have managed, with good boat pace, they have managed to catch up somewhat, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Any infringements. Red have decided to spin. Incidentally, if you take a spin, then that's just one spin, so one tack and one jibe continuously, and that tends to close the issue. So red's tricky position here. You are in second, so you do have a lot of power. The idea is to hit back. So if you become leeward boat, which you are right now, you right now have luffing rights. You can force that green boat up and up and up and up all the way until they become ahead of you. So you can just keep on sailing your course as long as you stay overlap with them. Red flag coming for the red boat, so they think that green took too long to respond. Green have sailed away. Green have the choice now. If they think that they were in the wrong, they can spin. Otherwise, the umpires are going to be activated. And they have flown. I'm sure I saw a red flag there. And now there's a bit more of a red flag, a bit more of a solid red flag response from the umpires. So the greens are having to do 2 whole spins. This has definitely changed the game. So well done to boat in second, the reds, managing to get underneath and overlapped on green, getting a spin on them, and a double spin on a light day takes a long time. You can see that gap opening up already. Reds, at this point, you're on the final leg. just one more to go. Looks pretty good for the Reds. Green in first. Time to do some very aggressive team racing if you can. Very difficult to do much. If I were you, I would actually just give up on first and just attack the boat in third. It's easier to try and slow the boat in third down. You've got less of a job to get the boat in fourth into third, but pretty tricky from where you are right now. It can be done. I've seen it done. If you went and attacked boat in third, then it could potentially happen. But if you just keep sailing straight towards the finish line, yes, you're in first, great, but you're still going to lose the race. That being said, the Reds are already steaming ahead. They might even get themselves into first anyway. Okay, so yeah, Greens, regardless of if they were in first or second, still going to lose that race because they have such a big fourth. Remember, in two-boat team racing, does not matter if you're in first or second. You have to go back and help your teammate if they're in fourth. Just waiting for the Reds and Greys to get underway on the Firefly Youth course. Reds coming in pretty hot in very strong position there, and that was go. I think that's race over and done before it even began. So very nice 1, 2, 3 for the Reds straight off the course. Looks like they had been holding up the Greys up to windward, and then just timed their race in, their run in to the start line. And I'd say that is already the race over. Only thing you have to do from here is just make sure no one gets an errant puff or something like that. All you have to do is just cover your bases and cover the opposition. Pretty easily done. Here's a nice shot of Reds boats 19 and 12 doing a nice. Now all they need to focus on is bow speed, and usually it becomes a bit of a competition of who can get the bullet amongst your teammates. And yeah, use this as speed practice and time on the water, I think, in this particular race. I always find it particularly satisfying when they race in sail order as well. So that's very kind of them to be in numbers 19, 20, and 21. Sadly, the grey boats didn't get the memo. '24 just tacking off there and 21 responding nicely. That's the kind of been talking about this before. It's just to make sure that you really do just cover that boat. You can also see, look at the difference between boat 21 and 20. So 20, look at where their boom is. It's quite nice and flat, whereas 21 is really raked down. So she's got really, really strong main on. That is another way to slow yourself down, and in particular, the boat behind you. So if you pull your main on really super hard and have your jib flapping, you'll go slow and the boat below you will go slow. So that was a really nice, and you could see that boat number 20 was just going a lot faster than boat number 21. I think we'll probably leave the reds and greys to complete their finish. Looks like a pretty decent 1, 2, 3 for the reds there. Looking slightly further down the race course, looks like we've got green versus orange. So we are in pre-start of green versus orange. Orange boat over on the left-hand side. You are playing a dangerous game, sometimes known as coffin corner. I would never get yourself to beyond the pin port lay line. So if you are further to port, so on the left-hand side, the pin end, you have to tack back onto port to get to the start line, and you are a target. That makes you a really easy sitting duck. So you want to be to the right-hand side of the on the boat. Looks like the greens have only just stepped into the boats, so it's at this time that you go through your pre-race check. So you're looking through, because you can't trust the people who've rigged your boat before you have. You've no idea who they are. So you have to check it through and make sure that all the sail settings and things like that are to your liking. Get a couple of practice tacks in. Check that the jib isn't going to fall down. This has happened. Anything below the shrouds, umpires, please correct me if I'm getting this wrong. Anything below the shrouds is your responsibility. Not, and if say the very top of the mainsail, so the main halyard, if that snaps or something like that, you might, I say again, you might be in a shout for a redress. You might be in the shout with a redress. I know, please don't tell me off for selling the dream to anyone. If it's below the shrouds, it's extremely unlikely that you're going to get a redress. So it's your responsibility to check the boat over. You can see the umpire rib just sitting with the start boat, having a nice old chat. We will wait for more races to continue. orange and yellows coming into start. So orange being nicely aggressive, getting the boat end, so pushing the opposition out. You get no room at the start line when you are coming into start. So orange, they've pushed them out, but it seems like they were pretty early in doing so. They are slow to get moving, and they're having to push themselves down the line, which has the knock-on effect of greens and 27 coming along with pace. So it's definitely better to start your race with pace. Orange, ooh, that was close to being over. Can't quite tell. Can't see anything from the start boat, so looks like they were okay. So at this point in the race, quite often it's very confusing as to which boat is winning, which team is racing. Yeah, looking at the pairs is usually your best bet. Looks like the orange, if orange can tack across and they don't get starboarded there, looks like they've made that. So it looks like they're winning 2 pairs. So I'd say the money is on orange at the moment, especially with green. Looks like they're in just bearing away quite a lot there over on the right-hand side. They will be coming back on starboard though. So orange, nice little cover going on. So you can see boat number 29 just sitting on top of, trying to get over on top of 26. And 29 has the advantage that there's 2 boats underneath him. So he's pretty happy with where he's going to be. 25 and 26 need to talk to each other and say one of us needs to get out of here. In these conditions, you also have to just keep on looking at what the breeze is doing. Not much at this point, in all honesty. Orange tacking across just to make sure that they're covering the greens. And again, now that greens have sailed all the way to that right-hand corner and banged that corner, they then need to sail all the way back. And all the orange boat has to do is just tack on top of them. Let's see if 25 can get a little bit of 28. 25 being on starboard and 28 having to tack. So 25 has made a little bit of a gain. Looks like reds are definitely in 1. So the orange boat is definitely in 1. But you can see that one of those green boats is over on top of boat number 29. Looks like orange are in first and last. Boat number 21 just tacking onto boat number 25. 25 are responding just by luffing them up, trying to push them off. They don't want to sit there for too long. And orange very happily sailing a little bit further than what they would want to try and slow this race down. But coming up from behind them is another green boat. So if you look on the slightly larger scale, green boat has actually just sailed into first. The orange boat did a great job of stopping that green boat, but they may have sacrificed first, and they may have even sacrificed second as well. So green definitely in first, and it looks like they're in 1-2 as well. So it's all about picking your battles, knowing which when to attack and when to actually just hold your position. Green's now in a 1-2. So in this kind of position, boat in third, you're just desperately trying to catch second. You can't really do much other than just cover the boat in second. They're doing a decent job in trying to position their boat just directly behind. But it's very tricky when you're this far behind to actually catch up. You're just hoping for a mistake from the other team. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen. And boat number 28 having some nice pace to overtake, but they've still got a long way to catch boat in second, with first already going round Mark 4. So first has already gone round Mark 4, and you can see 28. Nice job. We would, if we were supporting orange, however, we'd be much happier if it was the pair in front. So green now coming round in second as well as we go round the bottom mark. Blacks come into view, we might switch to the yellows and blacks. So yellow jib and black jib. Looks pretty even at this point. Over on the right-hand side, we can see that there's a black boat. Boat number 10 is certainly winning their pair. Otherwise, everyone's a little bit disparate and pushed over towards both left and right. So there's a big split. So boat over on the right-hand side, the blacks are definitely in a better position over the top. And over further on the left-hand side, we can see one of the black boats, boat number 11, just doing a nice job of crossing one of those yellow boats, but doesn't look like they'll be crossing boat number 9. This would be pretty close. Boat number 9 looks to be in second. Boat number 11 just going to duck underneath them. But as soon as 11 ducks underneath them, they both get lifted a little bit. So you always get a bit of a lift off the sail. And then just like that, you can just tack straight away. And boat number 11 does a really nice job of suddenly they are in control. So if you can tack in front of someone, you always should. If you can get yourself back over to the right-hand side, you always should aim to do that. So there, number 11 immediately responding and getting and covering boat in 9. Big picture view, looks like we've got black in first. So it looks like a 1-3 for the blacks on the youth course. Yellows in second, but it's not an easy second to hold. As they come round, if they can get underneath the black boat, they can hook them. So as they start heading up and hooking them, obviously couldn't quite get it on that one. They didn't do a full hook because their teammate was through anyway. Only thing is though, as you come down the race course, if you're on the left-hand side, just like that, like 11 just showed, you can then jibe and you're in a pretty powerful position. So if you can keep tabs with someone, and if you are close to them and you're to the left of them on the run, you're probably in a better position because then you can jibe onto starboard. So black still in first, and because they are on the inside, so on the left-hand side, they are more likely to get mark from at Mark 3. Bone first being very aggressive there and just pushing the yellow boat off. So boat number 10 attacking the boat number 7, giving their teammates in the 1-3. But that's very aggressive. So much so that I'm thinking you might have just sailed yourself from first to 5th. So yes, good job in taking out boat 7, but you seem to have taken yourself out as well. It looks pretty close to yellow actually being in first. So you definitely sacrificed a lot in order to prove your point to boat number 7. Looks like the yellows, just from sailing clean and smooth, have put themselves into a 1 and possibly even a 1-3 maybe. It all depends on how close this yellow boat can get themselves round. So yellows certainly in first. Don't think the yellows are going to be able to get themselves into 4th. All depends on how aggressive the blacks are to this yellow on the outside. So if you're on the outside there, best thing is actually just to give yourself as much breathing space as possible and just sail a clean race. At this point, yellow, you are in 1-4. Your goal is probably to turn yourself into a 1-4-5. So as long as you can try and take out the boat in 5th, might be quite tricky from your position though. Blacks certainly very happy to attack and take out another boat. However, it does seem to put them in a minor bit of a detriment later on. Still, we can see the blacks making up for that. They've now pushing back on the boat that over on the top of the reach. Yellow's still in first, though. So yellow's in first and fourth. So 1-4-6 for the yellows. This is definitely winnable for the yellows. All they need is to just get that boat in fifth into sixth. But have the yellows lost first? Very close at the mark 4. Black sneaks in. Yellow tack to respond. So if black can just use their boat speed, boat number 12 might be in first. Boat number 8 is desperately trying to hang on. They just need to, if they've lost first, however, they need to immediately change the game, which I think they have. I think they've lost first. They need to switch it up and hit back. So if you yellows are now in a 2-4-6. Yellows being in a 2-4-6. Stop catching first and just attack 3. That being said, 12 deciding to, are they bearing away? Are they tacking? Or are they just trying to slow themselves down? They look to be playing into boat number 8's game there. 8 doing a nice job of just slowing them down. 12 jibes away, so 8 brings himself back into first, but still be thinking big picture, big picture. Am I wanting first? You usually are, but would it be better if I just took out this boat in third? Because the blacks are still in a 2-3-5. 2-3-5 is winning. 9 needs to tack onto 11. And they really need to tack early there. So 11 is now on the right-hand side. They can tack, and they're on starboard. And they're in such a powerful position compared to where 9 was. 9 just needed to tack to protect the right. And it looks like black coming in with a 1. So 10 gets in first. So that's a 1-3 for the blacks. Yeah, blacks looked a little bit more confident throughout the race, but definitely made it hard for themselves just by being a little bit too keen in the team racing, not as keen in the actual racing of just if you're in first. Tend to keep first. So the orange and green jib Fireflies now in their final minute. You can see just by the fact that the one of the orange boats was getting pushed quite far towards the port end. Quite often the pre-start is you turn on to positioning your boat long before the pre-start actually starts even. If you sail off towards the pin end of the start line, it's not going to do you much good. Greens and oranges just coming into the start. So greens, boat number 25. Nice positioning, however, might be a little bit early. We'll see if they can build their pace. They've got a lot of space to bear away down the line. So they've actually done a pretty nice job of just slowing themselves down. Not entirely sure what tactic boat number 26 is going for. Port stopped and against the start boat is a tactic. I've probably been in that position before. Not sure how well it's going to work out for them, but 25 and 27 are doing well going off on the left-hand side. Orange in boat number 30, also going on the left-hand side, is trying to hold on to them. Looks like orange have got themselves into a second position. So we can see boat number 20, boat number 30, just holding boat number 27. 27 trying to get out of it, and 30 just with really good pace, just kept coming over on the left-hand side. And despite the fact that 27 won the pin, they've now completely stopped. 27 finally tacks out from underneath, and 30 just responds. Very nice covering from boat number 30. 30 is thinking, well, even if I'm in first, I need to get this boat behind one of my teammates. So looks like 25 could quite happily come back and hit back. Looks like 25 are a pretty strong first, but looks like the oranges, if they keep this up, so they're currently in a 2-4-5. But if they keep attacking that boat in third, it looks like a pretty strong position to get themselves into a 2-3-4. Boat number 25 in first, thinking about getting into some team racing, is just heading up slightly. So 25. Not really sure what they're going to do. They are in first, but they were a little bit indecisive there. 27 has been really shut out. 30 has played a great game against them ever since the start line. Just covered them the entire way and then managed to push them to windward. And so that boat, they have managed to get their teammates into 2-3-4. 2-3-4 is a very, very strong position. 1-5-6 is extremely difficult for the boat in first to do anything. So they're just slowing down at Mark 2. And the oranges, if they're smart about it, they'll split. So they'll present two targets to 25 and vote in first. If they go left, someone will overtake them from the right. If they go right, someone will overtake them on the left. Orange boats, the boat in fourth probably wants to get a bit more of a gap, a little bit more separation between them and boats in second and third. But it looks like, once again, boat number 30, MVP for this race, has just overtaken the yellow boats. Yellow, okay, I've lost first, might as well put myself in third whilst I'm at it, if I can take one boat down with me. So the orange boats just sailing the course nice and smooth, just overtaking the boat in first, because the boat in first just tried to do something rash. That being said, looks like one of the orange boats got a spin out of it. So not entirely sure what happened there. But it still looks like orange in first. Maybe I'll retract the MVP comment from boat number 30, given that they're now in sixth. But still their teammates certainly in first. And if 29 can get around ahead, it looks like they are in a 1-2 for the oranges. So boat 28 and 29 coming around in first and second. I've been asked to do a coaching reminder. So at 12:30, there will be coaching for the Super Juniors. And that is in 13 minutes. Still with the orange and yellows. Looks like the orange, pretty nice 1-2. Now, as long as the boat in second doesn't get chased down, so it's all about the boat in first just protecting the boat in second. So if I was in first, I would tack right now, which you are doing. I love to predict the future. And boat number 28 now just sits on top of 25. Make sure that 29 is super happy. Get yourself to the starboard ley line and then finish the race in a 1-2. You can see already that 29 is just stripping away from boat number 25. That's just because their teammate is just sat on top of 25. Do need to be careful not to cover each other, though. 28, you seem to be too fast for your team's own good, but it definitely helps you getting into first. If I were boat number 28, I think I would be coming back and tacking, just to make sure that their teammate is totally happy and finishing the race in second. So looking at the blue jibs and the white jibs, blue jib, nice start from all three. Really solid wall that the white boats just couldn't get through. And splitting up the beat, so the blue boats going off just to cover the right, and then as soon as the white boat's tacked, boat number 16 tacking across to cover. Very sensible racing from the blue jibs. We're going to switch now, looking at the Super Junior course coming up towards the start. We've got red versus green in the RS Fevas. So the green boat just behind the red boat looks super aggressive and is just holding them there. It's a nice tactic from the greens. If the reds tack, the greens tack, and then they are leeward boat, as long as they have the pace to catch them. So red boat were in a little bit of trouble, and then they tacked, got pace, and are now able to go over the front. But the greens getting their pace on now, if they can stop the red boat from jiving, that means that they can dictate when they go to the start line. Remember, it's not about getting first. So if you don't have a great start in two-boat team racing, that's fine as long as you have a better start than the competition. So greens, obviously, this is a definite tactic from the greens of just, I'm going to find a boat and I will chase them away as hard as possible. I will just stick to them, and that can work very well for two-boat team racing. Bit trickier for three-boat team racing, but yeah, really good for two-boat team racing, where if you just decide that you're going to have a better start than your rival, put them in fourth. Absolutely valid tactic. But you do have to pull it off. So reds currently closer to the start line. Looks like greens, if you were able to push them away, then great. But the fact that they are now sailing in clear air towards the start line, looks like the reds have probably had a better time of it. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if you're late for the start, as long as you aren't as late as the opposition. So that looked like go for the reds, and pretty easy 1-2 at this point. Got to be careful not to sit on top of each other. So one of you is tacking. That's a good idea. And get yourself clean air. Green boat's just coming into the start line now. So yeah, it's a bold tactic to just sit and be aggressive towards the opposition. But if it doesn't pay off, then yeah, you are in a little bit of trouble, much like the greens are right now on the Super Junior course. reds look like they're just going out for a nice sail. Well, it looks like the reds pretty much wrapped that up, even by the first beat. It looks like a pretty strong 1-2 for the reds. If that changes, we might come back to them. But let's have a look now at the blue and yellow boats coming towards the pre-start. Let's see if they give us a little bit more of an even game. So the blues chose to lead in. It's been working pretty well in these conditions, but the yellows have just done a nice job of being leeward boat. They can luff that blue boat up. Of course, if you overshoot and you become ahead, that could make you vulnerable. But the blue boats are in a little bit of trouble. So you don't get room to start at the pre-start. I think one of the yellow jibs was definitely saying, "You're not allowed in there. Don't go in there." I just saw a fish jumping. Back to boats. So the blue boats, very nice start from the boat in blue jib just by the boat end and the starboard end. Yellow's struggling to get the pace going. Looking up at their sails, going, "What is happening? Why am I not going as fast as they are?" So blue boats looking up the beat, and I've got a pretty good position from here. I can see that the beat, there's not much difference in wind pressure on either side, really. Maybe a touch better on the right-hand side, but that could literally just be the ripples from all these ribs driving around. It's very light today, as you can tell. Blue boats coming on, that was a nice tack to get themselves back towards the right-hand side. Now, what these blue boats need to start thinking about is covering the opposition. Because it's so fluky, because you get little patches of breeze here and there, you need to think about defensive sailing, making sure that you get that breeze before your opposition. So if your opposition is just off by themselves, they might get into a little bit of a lucky break. And you need to be there to ensure that doesn't happen. So one of these blue boats over on the left-hand side is doing a nice job of covering the left. They've just tacked away, obviously thinking that they are on the ley line. And the blues over on the right-hand side, the far side from shore, they're also doing a nice job of covering the yellow coming in. So this looks like a very nicely matched entrance to Mark 1 from the blues. Just don't hit each other. It does tend to happen sometimes. And of course, you can use that steering opportunity to do a nice big pump. Looking at the Super Junior course, a little bit of port starboard action on at Mark 1, but Orange just with enough pace to get over the top of the yellow boat. Yellow boat, I think, falling into the classic mistake, which we've all done, particularly me, when you know that you're going to be on starboard, you're definitely going to get them. You just need to point up that little bit further just to make sure, and then you suddenly find yourselves in irons. Happens time and time again. And if that weren't insult to injury, that's hitting Mark 1 as well to boot. Not ideal. Orange coming away with a big 1 and sailing into 2 as well. So things tend to get a little bit more interesting in terms of when races meet each other. All the racing rules still apply. So you can see the pink and black jibs coming up towards the orange and yellow boats. So all of the racing rules still apply. It's just that you have to, you're not really meant to interfere with other people's races, but if they happen to just be in the way, you can still, they still have to keep clear of you and things like that. So pink and black currently in a little tussle at Mark 1. The black boat certainly in first, pink boat in last, but pink is once again, so they're on starboard. Yellow boat does have to keep clear of them. I think pink probably doing a sensible job of just sailing behind, but they might be quite annoyed at that, given that black is now in a 1-2. Pink jibs just slowing down slightly. Again, just talking about center of mass. If your center of mass is lower, your boat is more stable. So if you take a seat, then you will actually tend to go faster. If that memo could be passed on to the boats with pink jibs, that would be much appreciated. I really do promise that will make you go faster. That being said, pink are just on the heels of the black boats. Pink boat just getting a little bit of wash from them. That will help the black boat in second. Because these fevers are so light, they really do just bob up and down. So black coming in first and second. Black jibing now. They are on starboard. They've got a nice run in towards Mark 3. They're on the left-hand side of the course. But pink have taken a more direct route, and they might have the pace to get into second. Black is on starboard, and looks like the pink might actually get ahead of them. So pink might even be, from my money, is clear ahead. So I think pink is certainly in second. So black are now in a 1-3. Black need to do something about that boat in second. Throw in the little extra complication of a yellow boat just chilling. Technically, they are in fourth of their own race, but they seem to be in third of this race. Black boat jibes round. They really are in third, and pink coming up very close behind in fourth. So pink still losing. You're now in first and fourth. So first, you're in a good position to hit back. Black, you're in a 2-3. Comfortable position right now. Good cover on that pink boat in fourth. Boat in first. Got to do something. You've got to maybe throw away one. Doesn't matter. You can throw all sorts of toys out the pram and just attack boats either 2 or 3. But you have to get your teammate out of fourth. tacking onto starboard there. We'll see how this plays out. Black, of course, has the opportunity to tack onto starboard as well, and then that could possibly put them in winning position. Pink, you tacked onto starboard there, but now you can't tack back because you'll be tacking onto port. So tricky position. I think I have already mentioned the dangers of tacking at Mark 4. If you tack at Mark 4, it's all very slow and can be detrimental to your ability to win. That being said, Pink, back yourself with boat pace. That's pretty good. That's very nice getting yourselves possibly back into one. But if we still look slightly further back down the track, you are still in fourth. So black boat coming towards the finish line, very happily on starboard ley line in third. Don't really have much to worry about. Pink, ooh, that is some good pace from Pink though. This has turned into an absolute drag race. If Pink can keep going at this pace, they might even get themselves into fourth. This is going to be close. So Pink, I would say, actually in third. So black in first, and second and third is Pink. Well done, Pink. I thought Black had that wrapped up, but Pink, all you have to do is just go a little bit faster than your opposition, get yourself into not fourth, and yeah, well done to Pink from snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. So just looking at the shenanigans that are playing out on the pre-start of the Firefly course. So we've got orange versus green currently. Both teams very happy to get aggressive and get stuck in against each other. Of course, all of this is just preamble to the actual start, just jostling to get yourselves into position and thinking, when am I happy to actually go towards the start line? Orange boats now on their run in. I'd still say that leading is best in these conditions. Boat number 28 coming on with pretty decent pace, and 30 absolutely screaming towards the start line. Looks like both 30 and 28 have absolutely smashed that, going off in a 1-2. Could have saved a bit of pace for their teammate. 27, 25, 26, a little bit slow off the mark. They obviously didn't quite have the power to trigger pull when they wanted to. Orange has positioned themselves quite nicely. Orange now both tacking and covering. So orange boats just trying to ensure that they keep that 1-2. Boat number 27 doing a nice job trying to get back into it. But it looks like we're going to have a 1-2 at Mark 1 for orange. Yeah, nice little reach for orange on 1-2. They might have even got themselves into a 1-2-5. Just shows once again it's so important to win the start. So important. whilst we wait for the Fireflies to come back, we can pick up with the Super Juniors. Looking at the pink jibs versus the green jibs, I think they've got less than a minute to go. Pink just tacking onto port there, which is pretty vulnerable if green wanted to attack them on starboard. Just looking over at the Super Junior course between pink and black. Pretty big one for the pinks, but they've just thrown that away with that tack. They need to get themselves off port. Looks like the blacks have just sailed themselves into a nice 1-2. Pinks have gone for an interesting tactic of being on port and then protesting themselves, I think. Umpire, will, red flag. Pretty sure that's going to the pinks. So the pinks having to do 2 whole spins. Yes, maybe they were claiming room at the top mark, but once you've tacked, if you're on different tacks, there's essentially just not, room doesn't really count. Now, should I remind the pinks that if it is an umpire flag, it's actually 2 continuous spins rather than just the one that they did, or would that be really too harsh? We'll see how it plays out. Anyway, blacks are in first and third at this point. Pinks have done a nice job of getting themselves into second position. Black, they are now clear ahead, but pink have just sailing them upwards. So black, if you bear away, they will be forced to bear away all the way down to their proper course. But looks like pink have done a fantastic job of just convincing the blacks that they would be in the wrong in that situation. So Black's now in a 1-4. 1-4 is losing. So boat in first has to do some work. Two pinks back in it. Well done to the pink boat in second, just doing that maneuver on the blacks. Still pretty close though. That black boat very close behind. Pink boat in second, giving every opportunity for the black boat to catch up by standing. Not sure if he thinks he can maybe see more from that position. Do be aware that if you're getting luffed and you sit down and then respond, the umpires might not see that as responding in a seaman-like manner. So just in case, it's always better just to sit down. That's very close between the black and pink, almost port starboard. Again, these Fevas really do slip sideways. So the pinks have somehow got themselves into a 1-2, I think. Decent covering from the pink over on the right-hand side. I've seen a red flag come from black boat, protesting that thing that was port starboard. But now pink have had to duck the other black boat. This race is great. There's so much chaos occurring at this pink and black race. The lead change has been, I think there have been about 3 times each one is winning. So now black are still losing, but in a very different combination to what they were. So pink are in a 1-3. Black, if they can get themselves moving, they are in fourth, but they've got a pretty solid second. Second, you need to just stop going forwards. Just attack backwards. There's no point in attacking forwards because you are in fourth. You have to get your fourth boat into third. So rather than pushing forwards and attacking and trying to get yourself first, there's absolutely no point in doing that. I would attack back onto third. Looks like pink will have enough to get into first. Now the blacks are thinking about it, but they're now on port, and all pink have to do is sail in a straight line and get themselves over the line. So black then tack. Of course, pink has room to finish, so can't luff them too much. Pink come in second. So black, good thinking, but too late. You need to do it much, much earlier. You can probably see from the looking at Fireflies, there's been a bit of a wind shift. So the entire course has shifted. If I were in one of those Fireflies, I'd now be making sure I know exactly where the course is, knowing where Mark where all the marks are. And if possible, I would actually do an entire sail through, going from start to finish, of just sailing the course. It's really advantageous if you can find out where the wind shifts are happening or where the patches are happening already. So if you're ever in a racing situation and there has been a big course shift, I would always go and then sail the course if you have the time. So we will wait for the Fireflies to get back up and running. Thank you to all of the volunteers and mark layers and all of the people that make these events happen. those of you watching the live stream, we are just trying to sort camera angles and trying to ensure post wind shift that you get the best view that you can. So looking a little further up the lake, up to the youth competition, we've got green and orange sailing. They've just started their race and are now in the first beat. So orange looking like they've got a slightly better number of pairings. So orange winning a couple of those pairs. But 27 coming across on starboard to force 29 to tack. Looks like 29 are in a pretty nice position. 27 tacking away again, just to cover one of the orange boats. Very difficult to spot what combination they're in currently. But still think that orange are in a better position. Looks like orange have come round Mark 1. So orange come around Mark 1 in a 1-2. Yeah, pretty solid stuff from orange there in 1-2. Nice, got a very nice view of the run coming from Mark 2 to Mark 3. Two orange boats goosenecking. So goosenecking is, or goose winging. It's when you put the jib and the mainsail on different sides. Can be very effective in getting your breeze. And green's really struggling up at Mark 1. They not going as fast as they would love to do. It's really agonizing when you're in these kind of conditions and guys at the front are getting into a nice big puff of breeze, and you, just because of your position at that point in the race, you're just in a bit of light air. So it's galling at even at the best of times when that happens. But this is part of why we love the sport. Orange looks like they are going to try and get their 1-2-4 into a 1-2-3. So orange just pushing the green away, just making them sail a little bit further. Looks like the greens will now, they've tacked. So as soon as they tack, even inside 2 boat lengths, Actually, they were just doing a spin anyway. They realised that they'd infringed. So orange there in a nice big 1, 2, 3. Really strong stuff from the oranges, and just finishing off the job, changing from 1, 2, 4 to 1, 2, 3. Just in case, and I'm not saying that this is going to happen, of course not, but just in case points start to come into play. You can, of course, find how all the tie breaks and things shake out in the sailing instructions rulebook, and obviously we've read all of those already, so we know exactly how every tie break works, and there'll be no debating about this at all. Hopefully we will just get ourselves all the way through to finals, and it'll all be very nice and clear cut, much like the 1, 2, 3, which is pretty clear cut from the oranges right now. So now looking at the black jibs and yellow jibs on the Firefly course. Yellows are just getting held up there at the boat, but I think they've still got plenty of time to cycle out. Blacks are coming in on their final approach, it looks like. Definitely with plenty of time to kill. The yellow boats just coming in with great pace there. Yellow underneath and calling protest. Umpire coming into view, green flag. So I think the nines might have been a little bit too aggressive and gone a little bit too quickly, trying to get a hook on at the start. So now we can see going up the beat, following the blacks and yellows. One of the black boats is having a terrible time at sit. Blacks are doing a nice job of trying to just get back and catch up with the yellows, but really hard to do that with such a big six. Yellow tacking across, looks like they might be on the lay line of the first mark. Yeah, so the yellow, you can see the first mark just on just to the right of the screen. Yellow's just underneath the ley line. So looks like yellows are in a pretty strong position at this point, coming across on port, but with plenty of pace. So they'll definitely be able to get over any starboard boats. Second yellow boat tacking, should be able to get across. This looks like a pretty strong 1, 2, 3 for the yellows. Just looking at the Super Junior start, that was complete. That was good levels of carnage with boats over and under and starboards left and right. I've always found that umpiring the juniors and the Super Juniors is actually quite a bit trickier. Blues versus yellows, it's a pretty evenly matched. Blues look to be in fourth, but if the Blues do well over on the right-hand side, they could be in with a shout of getting these yellow boats on starboard. I think you're bearing away quite a lot there before your tack. So yeah, blue boat now on the far right-hand side. It's got quite good pace. Not sure if it'll be enough to get him into himself into third position. But then, how far are the yellows going to go? Blue boat just getting a bit of a wind shift there. I think the Blues still in fourth, but this blue boat coming on the right-hand side is on starboard, so the wind is hitting the right-hand side of their boat, and they have the advantage. Yellow boat just sneaking past them. Blue boat, if you tacking now, yeah, that's definitely what I would have done. So you're still in second. You still have the opportunity to attack back and hit back on boat number 3. So blue boats are in second and fourth. You've got to get yourself into third and fourth. Blue boat is, that jib was flapping, nice. We wanted to slow things down at Mark 2. If you're going round, that means that you've just missed out an opportunity to do a mark trap. So mark trap is when you force the boat behind you either to go above you, at which point you are leeward boat, you can force them up, or they go below you, and because you are inside the 2 boat length zone, they have to keep clear of you as well. But blue boat has done a really nice job of just being on starboard there and forcing the yellow boat up. They've now got themselves into a 2-3. Great work from the blue boats just there. Let's see if they just sail round Mark 4, or do they go Mark 3, or do they go aggressive again just to push back? Looks like they might. Well, it's aggressive sailing. Maybe it wasn't quite as aggressive towards the yellows as they were expecting. Yellow is jibing round. So he's coming back on starboard at the blue boat. So he jibed at Mark 4 and is on starboard. Blue boat has to avoid. Both of them are avoiding. And now yellow has suddenly realized, I'm sailing in the wrong direction. That is one of the problems of coming back on that bottom reach. Good instincts, getting yourself onto starboard and attacking. However, if the blue boats can just duck underneath you, well, they had to steer maybe 5 degrees, and you suddenly realize that you are just facing the wrong direction, and you have to do a 180-degree turn, which is slow. Looks like the Blues have made the most of this opportunity and are coming in definitely in 1. As long as the blue boat doesn't get stuck on port on this tack, which I think they should be fine. They are going on, and Blues with a nice 1-2 win there. So brought that from Blues going from a 2-4 to a 2-3 to a 1-2. Very ably sailed. Well done to the Blues. We'll stick with the juniors, with the super juniors, sorry, in the black and pink fevers. Just sailing about killing time for the pre-start. Again, I'd be very concerned about being too far to the left. Always stick closer towards the boat end in the pre-start, just because then you don't have to spend much time on port to get yourself back to the start line. One minute to go between the blues, between the blacks and pinks. Pink just crossing the line there, checking your lay lines, very nice. But given there's only 1 minute to go, I would tend to start heading back. There you go. Pink boat realizing that they're early and then tacking away. That's very sensible, sensible sailing. Blacks have suddenly found themselves very low, which might make things a little bit more tricky getting themselves back towards the start line, especially if you're continuing to sail away from the breeze and away from the start line. Unless I've got things wrong, but I'm pretty sure you have 1 minute to go. Let's see if they've nailed this timing. So it looks like they are quite happy sitting head to wind, just waiting. That, I think, was go. Pink's nice momentum coming into the start line. Black was very close, but you could just see the difference in speed when you start the race. Pink's just screaming into first. Blacks in second, probably. They need to get out of the dirty air from boating first, though. Then if they'd have tacked immediately, it might have been in a bit better position, but they're going to struggle from here. The second pink boat doing a nice job of just tacking onto the right, getting yourself onto the right-hand side of the course. It's a stronger side of the course because when you come back towards the windward mark, you're going to be on starboard. Looks like it's going to be a pretty solid 1-2 for the pinks. And I think again that's one of the races that you might chalk up to winning on the pre-start rather than throughout the actual race. Yeah, nice solid 1-2 for the pinks. Looks like the youth course is having another shift. So they're just moving race course again. Hopefully that will line up with all our camera angles. You can see a bit more breeze along the race course right now. And so the pinks coming into their 1-2. It's picked up slightly. All of this, you've got to start thinking, okay, now I need to start changing my sail settings, maybe sail slightly differently. Do I need to maybe be behind and pushing on the pre-start? Wouldn't say it's quite windy enough to say that for definite right now. But yeah, as we can see, all of the umpires getting involved and shifting all of these marks. If you're out there on the race course and you are just waiting, I would always use this opportunity to practice some time and distance. Any time in the water, you could be using to train on the water. So find yourself a ley line and see how long it takes to get to the start line from where you are. And you can time these things. If you should have a watch, so guess where you think 30 seconds are and do a run in and see how accurate you were. Were you 2 seconds early or 50 seconds late? Now, that might be mildly embarrassing. Well done to crew there. Nice dry capsize. Give your helm a hand. Well done, well saved. Make sure to stay warm. So coming up to the start for the greens and reds on the Fevers. One of those reds, I think, is a little bit overzealous. Let's see what the timing is. We've got so that was 1 minute to go. Okay, so 1 minute to go between greens and reds. Red coming back in on starboard towards their own teammates. A little bit of an aggressive maneuver. Green suddenly remembering that they're on port and throwing a nice big tack in there, positioning themselves quite nicely, actually. They might be hooked by reds, but depending on the timing, I think they might be a bit early. Red have luffing rights, so can push greens over the start line. Reds decide to jibe away, green tack with them. Over on the right-hand side, the reds tacking, trying to win the boat end. These Fevers really do handbrake turns and just probably drift their way around the race course. Looks all clear from the start, and reds probably with a better start, definitely in first, but might end up in fourth. If two can get that jib in and keep their power on, then they'll tend to go faster. Boat boat number 3 in green over on the left, their job is just to hold boat number 4. They're going to just stay there for as long as possible and just stop them from tacking. So you've got quite a long way. Notice how 4 is just bearing away, trying to get some space between them and the greens, just so that they can give them room to tack. And then greens also responding and bearing away to stop them. Reds finally managing to get enough space between them and the greens. And all that tack needed to be slightly better on the left of the greens. Suddenly the reds have just shot forward. If that tack was a clean tack, we would probably have been seeing green in front. But as it is, reds in third position, greens in a 2-4. Keep that boat flat, green, keep that boat flat. And now we see green boat in second. Remember, guys, no point in chasing down first. There's absolutely no point. Reds throwing the boat out, trying to get boat in 2 into third. That's a really nice maneuver from the reds. Just stopped that boat dead, got green overlapped to windward of them, and then just pushed them all the way up to head to win. That was a really nice maneuver from the reds. But you can definitely tell how you can really throw these Fevers around. They will slow down very quickly, though. So if you're smooth, you're fast. So if you're slow, you're smooth, and if you're smooth, you're fast. If you are handbrake turning, you might tend to slow down. That might be what you want at certain points, but in general, you want to be going faster than the other team. Green's trying to sneak on in there, trying to claim room. There's definitely a protest of something happening. We'll see what the Greens think about it. Of course, I tend to find rather than just sitting waiting for the umpire to tell you to spin, you should keep sailing your boat as fast as possible. And I'm pretty sure there's been a red flag. Reds coming around Mark 4, doing a nice job there, just sailing on. When you protest and you go to the umpires, that is a crew's job, in my opinion. That is what the crew is for. The helm should just sail the boat as quickly as possible. Given there's been no flags, looks like the red team are coming in for the win, as long as they can get to these ley lines Looks like they are far ahead enough of greens. Ooh, get that jib in, get that jib in. Lovely. Yeah, nice job from the Reds. Really excellent second mark where you just hit the brakes and get the opposition to windward, and absolute steamer. Looking on the coming onto the run, we've got blue jibs versus yellow jibs. This is a 1-3 situation as we just coming around mark 2 there. So blue, you are winning, but only just. Yellows, you are very close to winning. In fact, you might actually now be winning. As I said, it's very, very just with that big steer. For some reason, the blues decided I want to do a real big steer, and yellows on starboard now had the advantage. They're just going smooth and fast. Yellows on starboard, blue having to respond. Let's see how the blues over in first. They've jibed. If yellow can just break that overlap, which I think they have, all yellow need to do right now, all they need to do is bear away. All they need to do is bear away, which they do, and jibe round into a 1-2. So very nicely done from the yellows. Blues, I would just make those maneuvers only when you need to, and when you do need to, make them gentle. So yeah, yellow's coming in towards the finish line, boating first. However, is this about to heat up? That yellow boat is looking awfully precarious on that port tack, and the blues are coming in with pace. If this blue boat can get a piece of this yellow boat, then they might actually sail themselves into third and maybe fourth. That's close. Are they going to protest? So that's a yellow boat just trying to get over the line in on port. Just trying to watch the umpire, see if anything's happened. If nothing's happened, then I think the yellow got away with it. That was a close run thing, though. Okay, watching the black and pink Fevers as they come away. Pink's just got nice boat speed and higher on top of the blacks. Blacks very nearly sailing into each other. It's in those kind of scenarios where you don't want to be sailing underneath each other. You want to maybe tack and split apart. So right now the blacks are sailing pretty much exactly where the pinks want them to. Pinks now tacking across, making their way into 1-2 quite happily by Mark 1. Just spotting that the course layers have just shifted the start on the Super Junior course. So worth bearing in mind to the other competitors. Keep an eye on where the start is. It might not be where it used to be. Pink's looking pretty comfortable in 1-2, despite being minorly aggressed by one of the blue-jibbed Fevers. Things can get a little bit messy when the start boat is quite so close to Mark 3, where everyone's setting up to start, and then you have some racing boats. Do remember you must keep clear of the racing boats because they are ahead of you. They will not appreciate you, even if you are in the pre-start. They will not appreciate you getting in their way. But this is very nice sailing from the pink boats. Can't fault them at all, really. Just going out towards the starboard side. If I was one minor critique, I might say that you want to split, but to be honest, at this point, you're so far ahead. Yeah, well done to the pinks. Nice start, I think, from the pinks. Start fast, finish fast. Okay, red and green jib on the Fevers. Little bit of a funky start from both sides. Greens is still over and also to windward, so they have not started yet. Red is just starting now, so red are in 1-3. Greens, do be careful of the boom. As it comes over, greens are now in 4th. They are just about to start. Oh, no, they thought better of it. So they're going below the line. Greens will start soon. Very soon. Maybe. Nearly there. Incidentally, you have 2 minutes to start. If you don't manage to get over the, sorry to pressure you, but if you don't manage to get over the start line 2 minutes after go, you are deemed not to have started. Of course, that's going to be even trickier now that the course layers are moving the start line away from the green boat. Still, Reds are doing the absolute. They're doing the right thing. They should be attacking back and making sure that this race is 100% over. Green's still just getting slightly further away from the start line than they were a couple of minutes ago. I think if I were the second, if I was the green boat in second, I would make it my my mission to make this the most incredible comeback ever. So green have now started. I think that was possibly within the 2 minutes. Something for the start boat to ponder. Red's looking in a pretty decent 1-3. I would still say this is a pretty good time to practice your team racing and get this 1-3 into a 1-2, because honestly, what's the worst that can happen at this point? As long as you don't capsize, then I think you should be fine. Looking on this this final beat for the Reds did very nice, very nicely going up on the left-hand side. If that works out for them, that might be worth thinking about if you are going out there and sailing yourself. That red boat going off left, I think, has made pretty big gains on the green boat on the right. We'll see as they come closer towards the finish line. Yeah, it looks like the Reds really did well going left up the final beat. I think one of the umpires is possibly having a word of saying you don't have to retire, but you can't get penalised if you do. You will just be in fourth, which you already are. Now let's see if we can take a look at the green and orange boats in Fireflies. So green jibs and orange Fireflies. Try and find the best camera angle for you. Looks like green's had a pretty good start coming off and forcing that orange boat to tack. We will see things a lot easier once we get round mark 1. So it looks like green are in first and orange are in a 2-3-4. Very tough to tell when you are just watching straight from downwind, as we are looking up towards the Fireflies, the youths. So orange coming round in 1, number 30. Then we've got 2 green jibs. Ooh, one of them is spinning. That will be costly. So it looks like Orange still in one. It looks like a 1-3. So boat number in first, boat number 30, slowing down. They're going to try and do a mark trap. 28 going high and fast over the top and then diving back down again to try and make sure that they don't get hooked. This is close racing from the orange and greens. Orange doing a nice job of just holding on to one, but they needed to get that job done. They needed to turn that 1-3 into a 1-2 before the second mark. Now, this is advantage greens. Greens are in 2-4-5. They're just trying to turn this into 2-3-5. Green need to hit back hard right now. So the boat in second need to hit back and jibe onto that boat number 29. 29 is being a nuisance. That is their job. So they're double jibing once onto port and then onto starboard. 27 could get spun for that. It took them a little bit too long to comply. So 20, yeah, there's a red flag. Thinking that might be on. Okay, fine. Umpires disagreed with me. 29 was a little bit too harsh with their luff, and orange now in a 1-5-6. Tricky for orange. Orange doing a nice job of slowing things down at Mark 3. They might have. They didn't even let one go. That was really on the boundary of the 2 boat length zone, which is really nice. So it was a good sailing from boat number 30. Still in a 1-5-6. We might see what is. So we might see a smackdown coming from boat number 30. So I want to just go a little bit further ahead along towards boat number 30, who's in number 1. If they can get high enough, they can do what is known as a jibe back or a smackdown. They're currently in 1, so there they jibe, but it's rather ineffective because they're not jibing into anyone. They're still in first, so still happily in first. No one's got room on them. 25 has had to go underneath, but there you see the jibe back from 26, forcing 28 to everybody suddenly has to get out of your way. But we're still in a 1-4-6. So orange still managing a 1-4-6. Boat number 4 is just desperately trying to get that boat, their teammate, out of 6. I think it could have worked. Looks like we are now in a 1-4-5 for the oranges. But green over on the left is doing such a good job of covering. So green, boat 26 is going to be following that boat, that orange boat, and just tacking on them. They need to do more though. They need to be their jibs to be flapping. The main needs to be pulled right in. They need to stop them from tacking. So let's see if this angle is any better. It looks like we're coming into the finish. Yellow so green in first. Looks like a 1-3 now. Red suddenly realised, oh, it's a 1-3. I need to do something about that. And unfortunately, now's not the time because you've already lost it. So well done to the greens there, going from a 1-3 straight into a 1-2. Orange jibs, you just need to recognise it sooner and just get it done earlier. Good racing all in all. picking up on the wealth of entertainment that is the Super Junior course, pink versus black, the pink jibs versus the black jibs. Pink certainly closer to the start line, but they're pretty slow at the moment. So black's trying to push them over the line. That sounds like that was go and all clear. Pink's, I think, running the gambit a little bit closer than the blacks. I'd definitely say advantage pink here. Blacks somehow are just sailing a lot lower than the pinks. I think their mainsail, it just needs to be in slightly more. Pink tack away towards that ley line. Now let's see if this second black boat can hold this pink boat. I think they've got a good chance. I think black have got they're on starboard. When that pink boat comes back across, pink are going to have to do a big duck, which they do. Now this is an absolute classic learning point from the blacks. If that black boat had been able to tack, then they would have been ahead of the pink boats. So if you can tack in front of your, tack cleanly in front of the opposition, then do, especially when you are at or above the ley line. But black is still well in this race in 2-4. Look at this decent breeze that we're getting now. The blacks need to, in second, you need to start heading back onto third. So you need to position yourself a little bit further left and jive onto starboard. Get yourself set up for a mark trap. So go sail a little bit further left, come along parallel to the mark. Not sure we're going to see that. Looks like the Fevas might start getting into survival mode with this extra bit of breeze. Confidence is key. But the pinks still in a 1-3, not the most stable combination. But if second isn't going to do anything to vote in third, then well, you can just leave it as is. I would always say 1-3 is an unstable combination. Please turn it into a 1-2. As we come round Mark 4. Black boat, it seems that everyone's just quite happy to, right, these are our assigned roles. I am the vote in second. I will remain the vote in second. You can stay third, and that's fine. Looks like the pinks will be happy with that and coming in first, but not last. Black boat now, if the pink had gone inside at that point, they wouldn't have had room. Things could have got slightly more spicy. But pink boat doing a sensible job of just avoiding the black boat in front and just sailing, getting across the line. So black boat in second, going all the way around. You had the opportunity from Mark 1 really to do a bit more of the old team racing. But it's definitely picked up. It's much nicer breeze than we were forecast, which is nice. Makes things a little bit quicker, a little bit more punchy. Please respect the boats. So we will try and pick out the green and orange fireflies on the youth side of things. They should be coming up towards their pre-start just now. So start coming up between the greens and oranges. You can see 27 and 30 getting in amongst it, pushing themselves around. Both on the pin end start, so we've got close action between the greens and oranges just there. Everyone's still early on the line. But as we pull away, it looks like the oranges have got the best share of it. So orange going far off the left-hand side and green tacking on the right. Looks like orange, once again, orange are going to be winning 2 pairs. So orange look to be in a winning position, but just depends on how well over on the left-hand side the greens do. So 25 in green might well be in first. Can't quite tell from this angle, but looks like they'll probably be first and last. So not the best start from green, but orange looking pretty tidy. Orange going very far right, just there. So far right, they're still out of shot. Green looks like they got into that first position, but are they going to be able to lay that Mark 1? Looks like they are from here. Orange boat just setting a little bit extra distance. So as long as 25 keeps their pace up, looks like they're going to have a 1-3 coming in towards the first mark. So you can see yellow in green jib in front, orange really pressuring them. They'll be trying and get them on starboard when they tack round. 25 are a clean tack. Orange now look to be in a 2-3-4. So strong positioning from the boats in orange. 2-3-4. Green boat is very deep, sailing low towards Mark 2. And boats in 5 and 6, not a million miles away. If boat in 1 can do some, decent slowing down, that will definitely give 5 and 6 an opportunity to catch up. Of course, it's much easier said than done when you've got both 30 and 29 doing their best to double cover you. That's a really nice positioning of both orange boats. You can see that they're just covering as much of the breeze as possible from 25. If I were the orange boats, I'd say get slightly closer together. There is still a breeze for 25 to keep their pace on. And now as we come down, so green boat they're able to jibe. Both orange boats jibe exactly the same time. That's absolutely right. Again, try and get your positioning over on top of their wind. So that's a really nice double covering from the oranges. But now they need to start splitting. So boat number 30, maybe taking one of the other green boats. Those 2 orange boats, they're both slightly vulnerable as they all stacked up right behind each other. They need to be careful as they come round. 29 does a good job of just closing that door, making sure that they're still in a 2-3-4. Notice that's a really great point of the 2-3-4 remained a 2-3-4, but not necessarily in the same order. So if you're coming in 2-3-4, you can roll that 2-3-4 in amongst yourself. And that was a really nice job from boat number 29 to allow their teammate in. Then we come round. Let's see how we deal with the mark trap. So there comes 30 driving down, and 28 just rolled him, just absolutely rolled him, just bore away slightly. No issue, just you only have to do a small amount of steering and suddenly you're in a 1-2, possibly a 1-2-3. So bark traps, especially the jive back, if it's not executed, it can be, it is a last ditch effort. You're in a 1-5-6, definitely got to go for something, but didn't pay off in that at that particular adventure. So now as we come up towards the finish line, you can see boat number 30, just all they're really thinking about is just getting over the finish line. Greens have a lot to do, especially from probably second or third position. I think greens are done at this point, and the oranges very nicely raced from the oranges. Really excellent 2-3-4 management. That one is definitely another one to watch. Yeah, really nice 2-3-4 management from the oranges, and yes, tough luck to greens, but lots to learn from both sides there. Let's pick up with the black and yellow jibs. So let's pick up with the black and yellow jibs of the Fireflies. Looks like black coming out nicely on the right-hand side, but probably won't be able to tack there with both the yellows on top of them. You can see from this angle, looks like the yellows are just chasing them down. So nice tack from the yellows just to stay covering boat number 11. You can see these boats splitting off. So I would say the yellows are certainly at an advantage here, winning 2 pairs. You can see one of those pairs just there, boat number 11 just tacking underneath. Yellow, you can't let him go. You can't let him go like that. Are you on the ley line? No, you're not on the ley line. Why are you letting him go? We'll see if we come to regret that decision. We'll find out. So now you can see boat number 11 coming in onto the right-hand side. Yellows, I think, still ahead, far enough ahead. Should be coming into Mark 1. Looks like a pretty solid 1-2 from the yellows. Maybe even, probably not a 1-2-3, but a 1-2-4 or 5. Yeah, it looks like a pretty solid lead for the yellows there. So we can see a little bit of fun and games being played at the back of the racecourse between boats in 5th and 6th. This honestly was one of my favourite things to do when in the 6th, is just to just annoy the boat in fifth enough that they would actually just come and have a play with you whilst your teammates just go and sail off into the one and two. Yeah, it's all part of the game, I suppose. Let's have a look at the white and blue jibs in the Fireflies. So we can see the white and blue jibs on the Fireflies coming in up towards Mark 1. You can see they're just getting onto the ley line there. Looks like the blues have just performed a very nice 1-3 conversion to a 1-2. Blue boat just slowing their opposition in second just enough. Now they're in a 1-2-4. So not the nicest position for boat number 13 to be in. You got to go forwards as quickly as possible, and it's just an extra little bit of pressure with boat number 17 just breathing down your neck. Of course, if you then try and attack backwards, that just plays into Blue's hands. Blue are absolutely fine with you attacking backwards, especially when most of their boats are ahead of you. I think that just looked like a nice bit of boat speed, and now Blue are suddenly on the attack. They're now in third position, and they can be Captain Chaos. They can just attack back at leisure and just keep the sails of their teammates clear. So now the boat in white, they haven't got much of a choice really. They just need to try and sail as fast as possible. It's very difficult when there's 3 boats in front of you, one of whom is going to take great pleasure in slowing you down. Fire in third, I'd definitely be setting myself up for a mark trap. So just sailing a little bit higher, just like you are, sailing high, getting yourself ready for a nice jibe onto starboard. No, I didn't go for it. I feel there was an opportunity lost there. You could have turned this half a leg of advantage into an entire leg, definitely. Yeah, you can see there's a pretty decent gap between the first 2 boats and the second 3 boats. But I feel it could be bigger. I just feel like there could be another smackdown in there or something like that. Shame, shame, opportunity wasted. Let's move to the red and green, red and grey. So red look like they are coming into 1-2. It's on the top reach, but it's pretty close. The greys are very much on their heels. 21 and 20 had held a good beat. They were just covering the greys. The greys couldn't really get much action to overtake, but now we're on the downwind. If 22 and 24 can position their boat nicely, they can definitely cover the boat in 20. So 22 just goose winging. If they can, need to be slightly higher. Let's see if we can get a different angle. So boat 20 is the boat in second. You can see 22 is in a pretty good position to slow them down. 24 isn't being quite as effective. If 22 could maybe go a little bit higher, we could move 24 to higher as well. '21 just coming round Mark 3. So that run, unfortunately, we're not at West Kirby. It's clearly not anywhere near long enough. We come round onto bottom reach, 20 and yeah, so the two red boats, 20 and 21, still very happily in first and second. And that's still quite a big gap between them. Now, what are you going to do around here, Reds? I hear you all asking. Well, I wouldn't have done that. Now, if tacking right at Mark 4 is so bold, if 22 now tacks, they would have such a good chance of getting back into this race. 22 now going all the way out to the right-hand side. If a boat in front of you suddenly tacks onto port at Mark 4, I feel you've got such a big opportunity to then tack yourself onto starboard and get a piece of them. I think Reds really, that was almost an own goal there. Looks like they've made it, but notice how they had to throw that tack in. If they weren't on that ley line, that would have been a very different story. I think Gray's a little bit, if they'd been a little bit quicker to react to that opportunity, might be looking at a slightly different race. But yeah, looks like job done for the red jibs. Looking towards the green and orange. A little bit more open race, this one. Looks like the greens are in first, but I think it's a 1-3. And oranges are doing something about it. Green there just jiving onto starboard, orange having to respond. Green is definitely going to claim that they didn't respond quick enough. Green jiving again. Here's a red flag. Who's it going to? Looks like 27 has got that spin, so they were a little bit too fast on that jive. So 27 trying to get this boat to spin all the way around twice. And you can see the orange is doing a great job of just attacking backwards. Orange is now in a 2-3. 26 is going to be the danger boat, I would say. So 30 needs to be careful just to not allow 26 into their air. But the oranges in a 2-3-4 now. Very, very winnable position. Don't know why the greens just sailed around Mark 3. Mark 3 is such an opportunity to just slow things down and bunch the race up. So here we have, coming around into onto the bottom reach, boat number 1, slowing down and deciding to get that boat above them so that they can maybe hook them. So that boat 25 was just flapping their jib, if they're thinking of converting this 156 into something else, they might be just leaving first. That is a tactic. You can sometimes leave first and just attack the two boats behind you. Looks like they're going for that. So 25, no one has room on them, but it wasn't aggressive enough, really. They just kind of just gave up first, and that was it. If you're going to give up first, you absolutely have to nail the boats behind you. And those boats seem particularly unnailed to me. They now in a 1-3-4. Orange is doing a nice job of just splitting on top and covering each other. 28 needs to be careful to not get too covered by boatman 25. And now we're at that ley line. That ley line comes so quickly on this beat. If you get over to the right, it's essentially job done. If you're in a winning position and you manage to get yourself over to the right and throw attack in, it's very difficult for boat number 25, despite them flapping and things like that. Like, you know, that you can see them trying to slow them as much as possible, but it just wasn't enough. You had to stop 28 from tacking. Incidentally, if you want to slow a boat down a lot, jib flapping works very well. Main flapping does not work quite as well. So orange coming in there with a 1-3. So main flapping, you actually want to do the opposite. You want to hook your main towards you as much as possible. So if you really want a big, big wind shadow, pull your main in as hard as possible, maybe even beyond the center line, and get your jib flapping. And that will really screw up the wind behind you. Looking at green and black on the top reach. So green and black on the top reach. Looks like black are in 1-4-6. So 1-4-6, you're not winning, but you're only one position from winning. So as they come down onto the run, first is just trying a little bit of protectiveness, just taking up the boat in second. If they turn this into a 2-3, then they'd still be losing, but 2-3-5 is not the worst losing combination to be in. But if they've just lost the one there, that might have been an expensive maneuver for not much gain. Looks like green might have actually just snuck into one there. And I don't think black have the legs on them in boat number 10 to catch number 9. It's going to be pretty close. Of course, boat number boat number 11 is doing a job of just trying to get as fast as possible. That's everyone's just desperate to get into that 2 boat length zone. And I think the greens have probably made it into that 2 length zone without having to give room to boat number 10. So yeah, with that extra jibe, 10 just lost 2 positions, could have just stuck in first. Now the greens look to be in a 1-2-4. So we'll see how they come around and manage this final beat. First boat is tacked off relatively early, but not crazily early, and looks like they're already on the starboard ley line. So that final beat, if everyone just bangs the corner towards the starboard ley line, yeah, it's pretty much can't do much beyond that. I think the yellows did a very reasonable job of just sailing a little bit faster. Once again, that's one of those maneuvers that suddenly you don't need to do, and then it costs you a position and then costs you the race. On the top reach now, we have blue versus white. Blue are in a 1-3-4, and I'm really hoping that we just get to see a lovely conversion from 1. So boat in first, slowing up, waiting for 14 to pick a side, and then suddenly spinning. Okay, completely different race. Turns out blues had spins. So suddenly this has gone, I thought what I knew was about to happen, into something completely different. Boat number 18 looks to be in 1, but only just. So it looks very different race to what it was 30 seconds ago. So boat over on the left-hand side, 15. I think you're in first. So I say this is a first, not last situation. If you're ever in doubt, just make sure that if you're in first, don't get last. Very spread out, 15, 13, and 14, looking bunched compared to the rest of the fleet. 16 will just be trying to ensure that they have an overlap. They're hitting back on 13 and could possibly take 14 out on starboard. I thought 14 was pretty lucky to get round there. So 15, 14, green flag from the umpire. So 15 and 14, still in a 1-2, but it's very close. 17, desperately trying to catch up. So 17 is right on the heels of boat number 14. It's at this point that you hope that you have a nice rounding. And 14 is just tacked. 14 is just tacked to the final mark. Mark 4, 17, tack. Tack now. Please tack now. Okay, well, one of you is tacked at least. 14 is spinning. I think they possibly even hit the mark. So this is changeable, this race. We can see 14, they've got a double spin, and their opposition 16 going away, beating them on the left-hand side. So now who's winning? I think white was still in first, but they're also in last. This is very close stuff. So I think white is still in first. Remember that starboard ley line is so close. 14 is doing another spin. I imagine that was probably an umpire saying, yeah, you didn't actually spin the entire way around in 2 goes or something like that. White coming across against blue, ducking underneath to try and hit boat number 18. I think white has just finished in first. 15 and 13 now think all I need to do is not get last. But they've got a very big last from boat number 14. If the whites can get, one of the whites can get into third, but I don't know if they will. Looks like 15 will just about manage to get into third. So it looks like the blues got a 1-2 there. Very expensive mistakes from boats in white. So yeah, coming round and tacking immediately at Mark 4 is a bad idea. Coming round, tacking immediately and hitting Mark 4 is an even worse idea. Having a look at Mark 3, the reds and greys, looks like a 1-4-5. So it looks like a 1-4-5 for the reds. Grey doing an excellent job trying to get into the 1. Red, you'll need to luff them up quite hard if you want to ensure that they don't get room on you. Looks like they did a good enough job there. So 20 coming down towards the line, towards Mark 4. 23 jibing. Now, can the red just sail a smooth line to undertake boat number 23? Boat number 19 and 20 looking pretty happy in first and second, I think. But the fact that their boat is just tacked onto port, if 22 or 24 were to tack, preferably it would have been boat number 22, just to try and, if maybe you could stop their boat from coming back. Boat number 20 thinking, I need to get over to the right-hand side. It's so much stronger, and it's not that difficult to do. Now that you've done one tack, you can do another just here. Crossing over the greys just to make sure that they're ahead of the grey boat. Nice win for the reds, it looks like. So blues and yellows just getting underway. Blues going right-hand side. Pretty much all boats sailing clear, so no covering happening just now. I think basically who's picked which side and who got a cleaner start off the start line. A little bit of a close-up for boat number 6, just deciding to attack on top of the opposition. Very sensible, sensible team racing. Looks like the blues, I'd say, are winning 2 pairs. Boat number 8 is a long way to go. Yellow just tacking on the The top mark just there. So yellow just coming in on mark 1. Nice easy rounding. I think this could possibly be a 1-2 for the yellows. Yeah, even a 1-2-3. So it's a nice 1-2-3 for the yellows. Good boat speed up the first beat. We're going to move back to the Super Juniors now, where the real action is. Looking at the red and green boats that are currently racing. It's pretty close between the two of them. So remember, last boat loses. If you're in fourth, you're losing. And if this red boat can get themselves in a decent position to cover that green boat, they could be able to get their teammate back out of fourth. Now that they're ahead of them, they might even be able to duck below, so go below the ley line, and just wait for the green boat to go above them. So here's the red boat. If they slow it down nice and slowly and wait for that green boat to, you'd really prefer the green boat to go above you if you're in the red boat's position. Especially once you're in the two boat lengths, it doesn't really matter which side they go. But red, if you stay on this jibe, you could take that green boat out right now and just head them up. So if you head them up right now, like that, yes, keep going, yes, keep going, all the way up. Still slightly ahead, so red is almost perfect. Reds, you still have this opportunity. You can absolutely shoot straight for them, head them up, clunk. Yeah, exactly like that. Now that you've proven your point, you can back off. Just allow the greens to get out of the way. Of course, there is a separate rule that demands that you cannot hit boats. You can also exonerate yourself by doing this, by spinning. But if you can't spin as quickly as the other boat, then you might land yourself in fourth as well. So well done for exonerating yourself from possibly breaking that rule of don't hit the other boat. However, it seems to be slightly expensive. You're going to have to rely on your teammate in second to get yourself out of fourth. They have sailed to the starboard ley line. Let's see. Okay, here we go. So aiming right for the greens. That's what I like to see, a bit of aggression. Now they need to tack on top of the greens, which they do. This is amazing. This is like pulling strings. I love this. It's just slight delay. I think maybe it takes a little bit long for me to for the stream to catch up. Greens, I think, have managed to get themselves into a decent position. If green can just sail in a straight line now, they'll be able to finish. But that was really good team racing from the boat now in fourth. That was the right idea. Get yourself on starboard and do something to affect the other boat. My tip to you and to all of you is if you want to get another boat to attack, so if you are pointing towards each other, you're on starboard, they're on port, point at their shrouds. The shroud is the point at which the boat pivots. So that is the part which is hardest to kind of get out of your way. So if you're pointing at someone and you don't, if you want to not hit them, but force them to tack and make it as difficult for them to get out of your way, point at their shrouds rather than the front or back of the boat. And that will, you'll see that as the boats come together, it's really tricky for another boat to avoid you if you're pointing directly at their shrouds. So picking up the pink and black boats just here, coming towards the Super Junior start. Black have got underneath the pink boats and might be coming in with pretty decent pace. However, they're clearly slightly early, and pink are doing a nice job of getting the boat end. Black just about managed to not be over at the pin end, but the pinks certainly coming away with a better start just by being on time rather than early. Now the pink boat going left and right. If I were that top pink boat, I probably wouldn't have tacked. If you've got two boats underneath you, if you've got two team opposition against opposite you, oh no. Well, I think whatever the pinks do now, I think they'll be fine, given that this is last boat loses, and if you are deemed to have retired, you are in fact last. All the pinks have to do at this point is just get around the course in one piece. Then, of course, if one of the pink boats capsizes, things get really bizarre and it turns into match racing, which is just one-on-one. But I've been told I'm not allowed to mention the match racing going on today, because otherwise you might start watching that instead of this. Other black boat dealing closely with at least some solidarity between the teammates. If you capsize, I capsize, that kind of thing. Definitely picked up. Some of these boats definitely having a nice old blast. At this point, for the pink boats, you just need to get round upright. No shame in doing some granny tacks or granny jibes even, which is just attack. Nice smooth jibes from the pinks. So I think they're in the clear. Let's watch how the black boat go on their dry capsizes. They're halfway there. Pink boats just sailing into victory. Well done to the umpires for it's a many multifaceted job as umpiring. It's lots of rule books, flags, whistles, tying boats, and occasionally hauling children out of water. So well done to the umpires. Now here we go on the dry capsize. Nice and easy. Professionally done. Excellent. Once again, if you have spent any time in the water, please do make sure you take care of yourself. Keep yourself warm, sugary drink, because it really does take it out of you, especially being hauled into a boat. It's quite tiring. Just going to pick up the blues and yellows on the youth group, on the youth competition. So whilst the Super Juniors clear their start line, just picking up the blues and yellows in the Fireflies. So the blue stripy mains and yellow stripy mains. Just getting a few shots of these blue stripes versus yellow stripes. Yellow seems to be coming around in first. Very tough to tell in these conditions. Directly into the sun for us. Looks like yellow in first. Blue in second and third. So we can see yellow in first there, blue in second and third. First is rolling down onto the run. See if we can see a bit more of the rest of the race. So it looks like 1-4-5 for the yellows. So yellow's in first and fourth and fifth. Yellow just jibing towards the blue. See if we can get a bit of a better angle here. So we can see yellow doing a great job. Oh, that's a double takeout. Yellow doing such a nice job of just pushing both blue boats all the way across to the left-hand side. Finally, one of the blue boats remembers that they're meant to actually go towards the mark. Six then coming back, jibing. Let's see how that shook the team up. So it looks like the yellow boats are really, really, as long as they stay upright, that is. Well, they had capitalized. It might have gone a little bit wayward now. But I think the yellows are definitely in one. They've done such a good job of taking out those two blue boats. Blue boat now on the offensive. That is a bit of a mess just on the left-hand side. Glad I'm not umpiring this. Looks like, as it stands currently, the blues now in one, yellows in 2, 3, and possibly in 6. So it looks like a 1, possibly now 1-3 for the blues. So yellows, sorry, 1-3 for the yellows. So yellows in a 1-3. It's pretty close racing. One needs to think, I need to turn this into a 1-2. You can tell it's really picked up. Everyone's possibly still got a bit too much kicker on. You can see the boat in first struggling a little bit, but boat in second needs to do something soon because they're still losing. They're still in a losing position, being 1-3. But now we're getting all the way to the right-hand side, and if all yellow needs to do is tack, and they are laying, so at which point, yellows, what are you waiting for? There you go. Get themselves into onto the lay line. Looks like yellows coming in on the right-hand side for the win. boat in first, and then also coming across, yellow doing a nice job of getting into second from the left-hand side. You can see the yellow boat really overstood there for some reason. I guess just really ensuring that that blue boat was behind them. Switching to the Super Junior red and green. Red's currently in fourth, but only just. I think the Reds just gave up. So they're going off right. They need to keep that boat flat, though. So if Reds can catch up, if they can throw an attack over on this right-hand side, they might be able to take out one of these green boats on the left. Thing is, I'm not sure they've got their main in enough. They're really bearing away. Look how much lower than they are compared to their opposition. I think the greens are definitely going to get away with this. Reds, you needed to attack quite a long time earlier ago, and yeah, it looks like the greens are happily in a 1-2 now. Now, will the greens do the sensible thing and attack at the Mark 1, or will they see red and go for the kill? No, good. It's very sensible. Just sail yourself round the course rather than just attacking other boats. Nice 1-2 for the greens. That was pretty much just boat handling there, going up the beat. Of course, if we were team risk in America, we would have possibly switched from light weather cruise to heavy weather cruise. Greens now are in danger of just getting overtaken by the Reds. The Reds have done a great job of just boat speed. Greens having to play a little bit defensive. They're still in 1-2, but it just shows how Reds are definitely not giving up on this race. Got to keep that boat flat, though. Got to keep these boats flat. It's a lot harder in these conditions, obviously. Has picked up. And so coming round Mark 4, the red boats much higher, some of them pointing a lot higher than the greens, but I think the greens have enough in it to make sure that they've closed this one out. That being said, this is Super Junior Fever Racing. No deal is ever done until everyone is, well, even across the finish line is a little bit early to say. Maybe off the water and tucked in bed. At that point, you can usually call one of these races. Red sailing very far off to the right-hand side with their main essentially out on just a beam reach. Not the fastest way to go upwind. But now they're on starboard, I'm sure they'll feel a lot better. Green boats just coming in to finish on port. Looks like they will quite easily get the 1-2. He says. Red boats coming in very quick. Do be aware that just because you are across the finish line doesn't mean you are finished. You are deemed to be finished once you have sailed clear as well. So you have to finish, you have to cross the finish line and sail clear. I have managed to both win and lose a couple of races using that that rule. So you do have to sail clear before you are deemed to be finished. Looking at the orange and yellow Super Juniors, the boat in first orange boat has done a really good job of just holding on to these two yellow boats. They've done an excellent job of just keeping up with that boat just in front of them. It's so hard to live there and keep your boat speed up. And they've just held that boat so far beyond the ley line, so much so that yellow boat is now thinking, I might need to drive. I need to do something to get out of here. And they've tacked an orange just not quite enough to get them on starboard, but that tack from the yellow was slow. So I think they may have done enough, that orange boat, to get their teammate into second. That was a long, hard beat up the first beat to keep that boat just in front of you and to keep them in your sights. That's really well done from that boat that's now in fourth. Now it's on their teammate, who is in second, to try and repay the favor and get them into get their teammate into second. So you are leeward boat right now. So orange boat in second, your leeward boat, head up. Just aim at the yellow boat. Keep them going. Keep them going. You can go head up even more. Fair enough. You didn't have to because now your teammate is through. You could have gone more aggressive, but now that you're in a 2-3, that's really good work from both orange boats. So first orange boat up the first beat, really well done to keep a hold of the yellows without letting them get away. And now the second teammate just luffing slightly. So this is really nice work from the orange boats. Orange boat does need to be careful because these yellows, they seem to have the pace. They seem to have a lot of pace. And that is one of the biggest advantages in any form of racing. So yeah, now we see yellows have come along. They're both on starboard now. Orange, you need to break that overlap, which you have done, I think, and now bear away. Start bearing away, and the yellow will have to bear away as well. Yellow have been nice and aggressive in getting their boat out of fourth. Orange still in it, very much an open game at this point. So we are still in a 1-3 position. Orange, you will have to give room at the mark Or not, yeah, okay, yeah, fine. Yellow, I'm not sure if you, I mean, yellow, you could have claimed room at the mark there, but obviously just giving orange a bit of a better chance. Orange, you're still in 2-4, so you're still not winning. Boat in first, I would be thinking I need to tack back onto second to make sure that my boat in third doesn't become a boat in fourth. Orange, you need to be attacking back. So boat in second, you need to attack back onto third. There's no point in going over to the right-hand side when you're losing. You need to come back and sit on the opposition. You need to get yourself between them and the finish line. And right now it's just sailing for the starboard end. I always wonder what goes through the racers' minds at this point of suddenly remembering that they're in a team race rather than just a normal race. It obviously happened about 5 seconds ago for the orange boats, and immediately start flapping jib and going, we should really do something about this. Bit too late though. The yellows going on the inside of the orange boats. Interesting because they don't have room there. So orange could have in fact stuffed them up into the boat. I don't think they had the pace to, but that would have been a great tactic from the oranges if it had happened. But alas, despite all the good efforts from the orange boats, especially at the beginning of the race, they needed to just keep up that energy for the end of the race and keep attacking backwards and getting a boat out of fourth. But good work from both boats on the orange team. So we've got a minute to go. Oh no, sorry, I think that was go for the reds and greens. Greens with a good start, but they are windward boat and they are not keeping clear, I would hazard, of that red boat. So green might be mildly in the wrong, but I'm not an umpire. I just have a better view than any of them. Reds now capitalizing, splitting up the beat, going right and left. Green's in a 1-4, so green over on the left-hand side really have to think about coming back over and helping get your teammate out of fourth. So green have done a nice job. They tacked and then tacked again and have now positioned themselves in a pretty strong position against this red boat. As long as they can keep up with them, probably need to fill a little bit more mainsail in. But as long as they can keep up with that red boat going off the left-hand side, they could have slowed them down. But sadly, it seemed that red boat just outsailed them there in terms of just had enough leverage and used the sails appropriately to try and actually. I mean, I know that everyone's been struggling a lot with the breeze. So what you can do is pull on your kicker as hard as possible. So really flatten that sail off. So if you've got a big belly in your sail, that's going to really power it up. And if you really crank on the kicker, it will flatten the sail off so that there's less force on the sail. So even if you're a lightweight crew, and you haven't, there's not much mass coming from the humans in the boat, you can flatten the sail, pull the kicker on, pull the cunningham on, tighten everything. And it also means that you're going to be able to point up a lot higher. So then you can get higher. So rather than sailing across from the wind, where it'll have be more powerful, you can just feather your way closer to head to wind, so that you depower your sails. Swinging to the Super Junior course. Orange versus yellow. Yellow in first. So they're off on the right-hand side. But orange look to be in 2-3. Yellow goes for the tack. They are on port now. And orange tacks just ahead of them and in front of them. That is where you want to tack. So not the most amazing tack, but if that tack was a good tack, that was great positioning from orange. Sadly, they couldn't quite flatten the boat off, so now they're in a 2-4. Boat in second, going to have to do something about that. So they're slowing up at Mark II. This is what I like to see. I hope they slow up even more. Yellows are also responding. This looks like a team race. So yellows are slowing down to try and ensure that they get their yellow boat into second, because orange are already on the attack. They might have room on the inside of Mark II. So yellow's just struggling with boat speed a little bit there. Orange really just desperately trying to keep that boat flat. So suddenly that we've shifted again to orange being in second and third, yellow first and last. So yellow now, yellow are in the losing combination. If yellow can get a little bit of separation, they might be able to set up a Mark III mark trap here. That's where the orange boat either goes above you, at which point they are windward and you can luff them, or they go below you and they are between you and the mark. Looks like yellow, you had such an opportunity there just to sail gently towards orange. You were on start, but they were on port, and that would have been great. Still orange in 2-3. But yellow just got very nice pace coming around the outside. Orange, you're on starboard. You were absolutely well within your rights to keep on pointing in that direction. You could have forced yellow to take even longer. But to be fair, you're in a controlling position right now. Why bother getting the umpires involved? Oh, there's a big gust. Just both the orange and yellows just struggling slightly to keep the boat flat. Orange, there's a really a useful way of flattening off the boat. You can let the main out. You can also let the jib out, and it will tend to make you speed up if you're going along a reach. Orange over on the left, almost in first. Definitely trying to get a piece of them. Looks like yellows are so close that they can't tack. So it looks like things are getting from bad to worse for the yellows. Orange tacking away. So it looks like they'll be able to get to that ley line first, I think. As long as they keep their pace up, orange are definitely in a good position for this race. Still 2-3, just shows how strong that combination is in two-boat team racing. Orange tacking onto port again. So this is going to be between orange and yellow coming up on the right-hand side. If orange tacks before yellow meets them, they'll be an advantage, but they didn't. So yellow suddenly coming into second, but the other yellow, looks like yellows have finished in first and possibly couldn't quite get that tack done in time. So I think now yellow are coming back in on starboard. Or they've finished. Someone will have to explain that one to me. If we can just watch the footage back, someone can explain to me what happened to the yellows in that race. looking at the green and oranges on the youth course over in the Fireflies. Pretty even as it goes. We've got one pair on the right where the greens are certainly just winning that little battle. Greens are ahead. And then we've also got over on the far left, we've got a battle between the green and oranges where the oranges are certainly ahead. Green having to jibe out of there. They didn't like that position at all. So as we go further and further up the beat, green just tacking onto starboard. It looks like they might be in a 1-2 for the green. So yeah, looks like a 1-2 for the greens. They just coming round mark 1. Oranges are hot on their heels though. So this is high pressure sailing. Now that we're just coming around mark 2, if boat number 30 can get into a nice position, notice how 25 is going quite high. They're actually going quite far left. Reason being is that that keeps the breeze on their sails and it makes it harder for boat number 30 to cover them. 30 needs to still come a little bit further to the right, or as we see it. Now they're doing it. Now you're getting it. So that they cover 25. Notice how 25 responds in kind. So 25 jibes away. Again, try and keep their air clear. So 30 just needed to do that a little bit quicker, a little bit earlier, and they would have made maybe a few more gains. And it has the added bonus of 28. You just sailed straight for the line, straight for the mark. The amount that oranges have just caught up, that's a really nice run from them. Might not be enough, but it's still the right thing to do. So 28 going straight for Mark 3, and 30 just covering 25 and slowing them down as much as possible. 25 did well enough, got the pace, still in a 1-2, but it is close. Now I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, don't tack at Mark 4. Wait until the boat in third has tacked, and first then tacks. Yes, I would say that is a correct thing to do. Let's see if the greens do that. So 1 has tacked, and then are they tacking back to cover 3? Yes, they are. Oh, very nicely done, greens. I'm glad someone's listening. So greens also just responding in kind as soon as the pinks attack. So the greens, nice to see. It's just the job is never done. You can always ensure that you are covering at least one of your position. Green there, attacking again, just to ensure that they are covering the orange. Orange doing a good job of getting out of there, but I think the greens will let you off this time, given that you are so close to the finish line. Greens coming into the finish there. Nice job from the greens. Orange, you were close. You were doing the right things, especially on the run. Just couldn't quite get enough of them. Looking on the beat for the use, it looks like the yellow jibs versus black jibs. The yellow jibs definitely coming in top here. I'd hazard they're possibly even in a 1, 2, 3 as we come up to mark 1. Black's all just lining up on that starboard ley line. Yellow boat very happily just sailing across. One of those yellow boats has definitely coming in from across on your left. You'll see it just coming just now. I think they had the best beat of the lot, so they'll come in first, and then the other yellows just tacking. So a nice 1, 2, 3 for the yellows. Easy gains from those guys. Come a little bit closer to the start line. Looks like the blues and whites are just getting underway. So it looks like the blues having a much better time of it compared to the whites. Getting away faster. Sailing boat nice and cleanly. White's just struggling with those gusty conditions out there. So at this point, these two boats, you can see, okay, what's the difference? How are they getting faster than the other boat? And just look at the mainsail of boat number 16. Just seems a lot harsher. It's flatter, essentially. It's sharper. So that means that they've got more kicker on. That's what the difference is. They have more kicker, and you could see as they ride the gusts, it's a lot easier for them than the boat behind with less kicker. So a boat with less kicker, they've got a bit more of a baggy sail. Even if you have more body mass, you're going to struggle more compared to someone who has their kicker on and has the boat set up well for their body, for their the mass that they've got to work with. So it looks like a pretty solid 1, 2, 3 for blue jibs. And I think a large part of that will be simply just sail setup. It's a complicated sport, is sailing. And that view shows the dividends of knowing how to set your boat up and reacting to the breeze, essentially. This looks like an interesting exchange between the reds and greys. So red in first, maybe in second. It's pretty close here. So between 20 and 21. 19 just slowing down. They're in first. Ooh, they've tacked. That's bold maneuver. So they've tacked on starboard. So they've given up one. They obviously much too low. So we're now into a 1-3. 21 does not look like he's very stable though. So 22 looks like grey have just converted that, or rather maybe reds have converted that from a 1-2, 1-3 to maybe a 1-2 for the greys. Reds on the aggressive going left, attacking the boat at number 24. But I'm not sure that's going to help in the big picture because 23 and 22 are definitely in 1 and 2. 21, you need to get yourself into a covering position. 24 and 19 are still having loads of fun. 19, bit of an unstable jive there. 19 coming back towards 24. This is definitely heating up. We're still in the 1-2 for the 23 and 22. I think that's the main thing that all boats need to remember. There we go. There's 1 down, 2 down, 3 down, 4 down. No, 3 down. Okay, good job. So we are now, boats 21 and 24. So boats 21 and 24, they are they are now in second and third. We've also got 23. So 23 and 24, they are in grey. They'll be in first and second. The red vote is in third. So I'm imagining what happens now is an umpire comes along, flies a black and white flag. That means that the racing continues to happen, but there may well be a hearing about the incident on shore. These are, yeah, you do want to be careful. Mark III, especially in a big in big breeze, like big gusts like this, do need to be careful. We're all here to just have fun, but it looks like the grey boats will do just fine out of this, as long as nothing untoward is found in the hearing. So I'm imagining that the umpires may well black flag that. Again, black flag does not mean disqualification. Lots of people might think it does, but no, black flag does not necessarily mean disqualification in team racing. It just means that something has happened that the umpires cannot fix on the water with red or green flags. So they might have to fix it using a hearing. But then again, if it all shakes out in the way that they think it should have, they don't necessarily have to have a hearing at all. Well, that was a little bit spicy. It's all going off in the 6th hour of streaming. We've got orange versus green now on the run. Well, this run is looking more like an open reach at this point. That's because they've all been sailing towards Mark IV. Suddenly they've all jibed and remembered that Mark III is over there. Greens are in first. They're in a 1-3. So you can see just to the left-hand side, 25 is doing a nice job of just converting that 1-3 into a 1-2. 20, you had nowhere to go. It was really nicely controlled from boat number 25 there. So they came in nice and high. They were basically perpendicular to the wind as they came in to Mark III and just held the opposition high. 25, I would say the job is still not done. I would just possibly try and push 29 high and allow your teammate 27 into third. 25 themselves going quite low at this point. 26 is deciding that he doesn't want to sail around Mark IV. No one is sailing around Mark IV. Have I missed something? Looks like that race is being abandoned. I think that race has been abandoned due to wind shift. Just testing my audio on the PA system. If you can hear me over the PA, give me a wave. So it looks like the youths have experienced another pretty big wind shift. First race will be the one that was abandoned, so that was green versus orange. Whilst we wait for the youth to realign their courses, we'll go over to the Super Juniors with the orange versus yellow. Looks like the yellows in 3-4 had a bit of a tricky start. Orange seems to be quite a common thing that's happening. Is everyone's just shooting off over the left-hand side, and it seems once you're on the left, it's really tough to come back. It seems that the boats behind, slightly further on starboard, slightly further behind, they seem to be just making the best and making the gains up the first beat. So orange there on the top reach, coming around Mark 2. Need to be careful just not to cover each other. Orange just pointing a little bit higher than Mark 3. So you don't necessarily have to jibe. Yellows probably need to pick one of the boats that they want to pick. Orange doing a nice job there of just defensively brushing that yellow boat away from them. However, it does mean that they've sailed a lot further. That does give the other yellow boat just a sniff at maybe getting on the inside. If they can keep their pace up, they are on the inside, on the left-hand line of the downwind. Even better, if they can jibe, they might be on starboard and then be leeward of the orange boat. So yellow coming in, didn't quite have room, so didn't quite have the gas to get to them. So orange, nice job, 1-2. Just see this round. Nice rounding from the orange boats. It does help to for the first boat to just be a little bit lower than the second boat so that you're not covering. Obviously, you don't want to be too low, but as you come around in first, if you just give a couple of degrees for the first few boat lengths, that can allow the teammate behind you to have clear air as they do a really nice tight mark rounding. At this point, for the oranges, I would say you still want to be covering someone, but you are well ahead at this point. Bigger shifts have happened though, so you do want to be just in touch with the opposition, always covering someone. The orange boats there just tacking on starboard, nice and easy on the starboard ley line. Job done. Nicely sailed from orange from start to finish. Focusing now on the red and greens on the Super Juniors. All three boats on port, which again, it's quite a brave strategy, given that there's one of those red boats can come in on starboard and just attack whoever it wants. Green opting to get out of the way and just set up closer to the start line. So we've seen today that being close to the start line can help, but having speed and momentum at the start line can be even more of a help. Red's just holding that green boat up. So if you are underneath, so if you're leeward boat, you have luffing rights. So you can push the opposition up to head to wind, or even beyond head to wind, as long as you yourself don't go beyond head to wind. And I can't say that any of these boats have got particularly coming in at pace. That looks very much like an oppie start in my opinion. But we're now underway and we're all moving. Looks like we were clear at the start as well. So Reds have made the best of this. They were the first. They were the first in, and they seem to be the first out. First red boat doing a nice job of just holding that green boat out for as long as possible. They do need to be aware of the green boat behind them, just in a bit better breeze, but I think Reds can quite easily tack over. Once they hit the ley line, they can quite easily tack over and get across the green boat. Both red boats have tacked and quite easily clearing green boat. So it looks like a 1-2 to the Reds. We're going to switch to the orange and green in the youth. So this was the one that was abandoned earlier, and we have reconvened. Looks like the greens have a bit more of an advantage compared to last time. Last time it was all very, very even. And now we see that greens are possibly in a 1-2. It's still pretty close, definitely in the 1, but looks like they might be struggling to get the tack in and get around mark 1. So both still heading up towards the beat. I think greens are in a slightly better position than the oranges right now. Orange on the left-hand side going very far out. Greens being really quite strong on that starboard ley line. But if that orange boat coming across has the pace, looks like orange is going to be in 1. Orange sneak across pretty close, but well done to the orange. They're now in a 1. Greens come round in 2nd and 3rd. So another pretty even race. 2, 3, 4 for the greens. So boat in one, you have some work cut out, and it's pretty close between boats in first and second. Second, just trying to get room. 30 does well to keep them at arm's length. 30 can they have limited options, does the boat in first. So the boat in first, all you can really do is get yourself to Mark 3 and then just park up and just slow everything down. Hope that your teammates have caught up enough, and then essentially cause a little bit of carnage. Maybe not as much carnage as we saw earlier. So yeah, here we go. So boat in first, just slowing up towards Mark 3, and then jibing on and just stopping. That's nice work from boat number 27. And notice how 26 just coming around with pace. They want to be going as fast as possible. If greens pull this off, it's excellent team racing from the greens there. That was just easy Mark 3 conversion. All you saw was a little bit of a slowdown. Make sure that the other team is above you, and then just allow your teammates through. Really nice. And to boot, orange have got spins. So really nice 1, 2, 3 from the greens there. Boat in first is tacked off at Mark 4. Hopefully they gave a little bit of a couple of boat lengths, and then they tack back onto boat in third, boat in fourth even. Very sensible. So now it's purely up to boats in first and second to just get themselves over the line. Boat in third, you can do some covering, things like that. But first and second, you're just thinking, let's go fast. And sail off into the sunset, which they literally are directly into our eyes from where we are. So this looks like the pre-start of the blue and yellow stripes. Just over on the Firefly course, so on the youth course, we've got blue stripies versus yellow stripies coming in the pre-start, and blue are certainly thinking that leading is best for them. Blue just being a little bit more aggressive. You can probably tell who the starboard end is. You always tend to have the slightly more aggressive boat at the starboard end. Yellow is just holding back. I imagine it's quite breezy, so yellow's either they're late or they're happy to be behind the blues. Now we come in for the start. So pretty tricky to call at this point. Yellows, I think, a little bit higher, but I think the blues are close. They started closer to the line. Yellows have split. So boat number 6 going off on the right-hand side. 2 blue boats going off left. You can see boat 1 coming back to cover boat 4. But at this point, it's tricky to tell. That blue boat has definitely done a good job of covering that right-hand side. Can the owner of a vehicle with the license plate Golf Foxtrot 67 Yankee Sierra uniform, so Golf Foxtrot 67 Yankee Sierra uniform, or as you might know it, GF67YSU, can you please return to your dog in your car, who is having a bit of a moment, a little bit stressed out, and is honking the horn. So Golf Foxtrot 67 Yankee Sierra uniform, or GF67YSU, please attend your dog.
Thank you very much.
Coming back to the team racing, we have, looks like a 145 for the yellows. So 145, nice, relatively stable combination. 1, all you have to do is keep 1. Maybe tempt 2 into thinking that they can catch you. So that's what we know is dangle the carrot. Definitely don't lose 1, but just give second the idea that maybe they could, perhaps, if they're really good, catch you. And so then that just brings the race further and further along. 4, your job is to push. And 5, your job is to absolutely hit back with everything you have. So what we want to see in a 145 is a really, really big gap between 4 and 5. We haven't got much of a gap right now between 4 and 5. 6 is quite close to them. One doing, I think, a reasonable job of dangling that carrot, getting that jib flapping as they come round mark. That's too good of a job of dangling the carrot. Yes, that's far too good of a job of dangling the carrot. Dropping the tiller is not the one. So 145 for the yellow suddenly turns into a 3, 4, 6. Really well sailed from the Blues. Obviously psyched them out so effectively to drop the tiller around Mark 3. That's also another way of winning a race. Is just mess up fewer times than your opposition. Or I guess one way of doing it is mess up slightly earlier. Whoever messes up last, essentially, is closest to the finish line, so they're the ones who usually lose. So this 1-4-5 has suddenly turned into a 1-2 for the Blues. And the Blues look pretty happy to just keep that all the way into the finish line on the starboard ley line. What looked like was going to turn into a pretty decent bit of team racing was then just a little bit of a kerfuffle at Mark 3. Well. Just watching the blue jibs and the white jibs on the youth competition in the Fireflies. See how well this white boat comes across on starboard, but I think the Blues have this at this point. I think the blue can cross on port there. Looks like they're probably in a 1-2. Blue just tacking to defend. But it looks like all three of the blue boats are winning their pairs. It's not a 1-2 at this point because that's boat 14 and 16 are doing a really nice job of going up the left-hand side of the beat. So it looks like a 1-3 at this position. So as we come round Mark 1 in the Fireflies, we've got a 1-3 for the blue jibs. First position, you want to hit back onto second. Second position, you want to hit back onto third. Whoever strikes first wins in this sport. Whoever reacts to the situation quickest tends to come away with the win. So we're still in 1-3, and 16 has figured that out. 16 is coming and hitting back on 14. And I think that's enough of a job to get 17 through. It looks like they'll be in a 1-2 now. And that is as simple as it can be sometimes. All you have to do is just sail lower than the other teammate. However, doesn't look like they completed the entire thing. Looks like 17 is just about ahead of 14, but it's very close. 14 is just trying to get an overlap on 17. I think they're inside of them. So 14 has marked them. So 14 is still going around in second, but if they do a jibe like that, it's not really going to work particularly well. 17, therefore, round they go. That is 1, 2, 3 for Blues. 14 obviously suddenly thought better of the idea of coming in second. Not sure what happened with that. Maybe they had a spin from an umpire, but I didn't see. So that's a nice 1, 2, 3 for the Blue Jibs. We're going to switch now to our blue and yellow Fevers on the Super Juniors. Too many 1, 2, 3s happening on the youth. So we decided to get where there's really completely, real hard action happening on there, and pumping and jibing and spins. Not entirely sure how the Blues found themselves in third and fourth, but well done to the Yellows. That was some good, aggressive team racing from the boat in so the boat just below, so the lower yellow boat. They were in first, and they recognised that their other boat was in third, so they did something about it. Now they just need to hold on to it. Blues had a bit of a better mark rounding there. So if Blue can keep their height, if they keep that boat flat, they could sail themselves into second. So Blue just have to chase down that boat in second, and then they can just sail them to the wall, essentially. Why did you tack? You had them. If Blue had just tacked, if Blue just kept going, then they could have sailed Yellows off forever and ever and ever, and Yellows would not have been able to tack. But I wish I had just a little radio mic to tell them exactly what to do. Thought it works. It was working for a little while. The Yellows, in that case, they are their quids in. I think they're done for this race. They have 1, 2, and as long as they don't come in fourth, which I don't see that happening, they'll win this. Really good pace from that boat in second, just extending that lead against the Blues. Blues, you had them on a plate and you threw the plate back. Sticking with the Super Juniors, I think we are in sequence, but I am struggling to figure out who is actually racing. Well, I think the oranges are racing. They seem to know that they're racing, and the yellows are. Yeah, so I think that was orange versus yellow. I feel like the yellows might have missed that memo somewhat, got lost in the mail. I imagine that's probably going to be a little bit of a one-sided race, but I will try and keep an eye on them. That being said, the orange boats are they've gone quite far from the race course, and orange has capsized as well. So turns out I think the yellows pulled a fantastic game, really good tactics of just waiting, allowing their opposition to just implode, at which point the yellows can just sail around nice and gently. Really psychological tactics there. Maybe that's what Team Ineos are planning on doing. Oh no, I'm not meant to mention that one. Yeah, well done, the yellows. You now essentially, as long as you stay upright, you're all good. You've won this race. So take your time. No need to do anything particularly rash. Yellows, once again, absolutely brilliant, genius moves from the yellow boats. Both orange boats are unfortunately now capsized. So yeah, new tactic. Start late and just watch the competition capsize. I think that's a new one, and I think I'll give that a go next time I go team racing. We will shift our eyes to the Fireflies in yellow and black. So yellow jibs versus black jibs. Yellow jib doing a nice job of just tacking on top of the black boat to cover. simple yet effective, and they do it again. These are the kind of maneuvers that so simple and yet so effective. If you are between the mark and your opposition, then they cannot get past you. And yellow, again, responding in kind. This is really nice to see from the yellows. Looks like the yellows have first and probably second as well. And they're just not letting up at this point. So beats are inherently rather chaotic, just given the fact that a wind shift can do so much on a beat. It's a bit of game of snakes and ladders on a particularly gusty day. The yellow boat just sailing around coming up to Mark 1, at all points has been covering a boat, and then is just flapping their sail to slow down to ensure that the black boat underneath them had to tack. That was also really nice from the yellows. So the yellow boat had just, they could have just sailed fast, but then the black boat could have tacked underneath them. But instead, the yellow boat just slowed down slightly at Mark 1. And then that forced the black boat to race, basically to tack, so they couldn't duck underneath or behind them. So that was really nice from the yellows. They deservedly currently have a 1-2-3. So let's see if boat in third wants to do anything particularly chaotic. No, they're just happy to sail around in third. So we'll just watch the yellows come into the finish line and then move possibly over to the blue and white jib Fireflies. White boats look to be in a 1-2, coming around on the top mark. And in fact, a 1-2-3. So pretty job already done for the whites in a 1-2-3. So just refocusing to red and grey jibs. Looks like red are in the 1-2. And boat number 1 doing a nice job of just slowing down. So red look like in first and third. Just want to change that into a 1-2, and 20 doing a really nice job of just slowing down to try and get 22 either below them or hooked above them. They've now got a little bit of piece of them above them, so 20 can now just sail them on for as long as possible. 19 bears away, and 20 keeps on pushing. Finally, grey goes and tacks away. So that's a nice job from 19 and 20. However, 20 does have to be careful because they've sailed all that extra distance. 23, maybe even 24, might have just snuck inside. Not sure. So 23 hitting back. Maybe they already know that they're in maybe a more winning combination. But if 20 has got themselves into second again, it's not much point in hitting back if you are if you're losing from the front. You need to hit forward. So if someone is in a 1-2, the only way that you're going to really catch them is by sailing faster than them and getting forwards on them. Red certainly coming in 1. 19 sailing a little bit extra just to allow 20 to sail into first. How magnanimous of number 19, getting their teammate into first. It is team racing after all. And now we see reds in a 1-2. 23 looks aggressively close in that angle. Not so close at that angle. But still, it is quite close. 19 has to do a good mark rounding here. 23 just trying to get on the inside of them. 22 is just tacked off. 19 must be will be feeling the pressure from 23. 23 tacks and 19 responds in kind. So I think 19 will probably feel a little bit more relaxed now. So it looks still like a pretty decent 1-2 for the Reds. And the fact that 19 is now on the lay line looks like this will be a job well done for the Reds. So now that we watch those Reds just finish a winning combination, we'll come back to the Super Juniors. Looks like we're in pre-start, so there's no racing. I believe there's no racing happening at this point. So watching the Super Juniors, still, I think it might be pink and black who are coming in for the looks like pink and black are making their way onto the race course. Black was in fourth, but I think pink was over. So table has turned for the pinks. Looked like they had a good start, but it was too good of a start. So they were over. So you have to go back and recross the line. So advantage black at this point, but the pink boat going over on the right-hand side looks to be one of those fast boats. When I say fast, I mean flat. Looking at where the Mark 1 is as well, that pink boat certainly looks like it doesn't have to sail anywhere near the distance that the black boats have sailed. And they're going to be on starboard. So that black boat over far on the left, they seem to have sailed an awful long way compared to the pink boat, who was in fourth. I'd probably put in second, perhaps now. So the pink boats, despite a little bit of an error at the beginning, certainly well back in this race. I think they are winning it quite comfortably. Now you need to tack there, perfect. So tacking there, you have the bonus of covering one of the black boats and being in ahead of the other black boats. That was perfect positioning from boat in second from the pinks. Really nice. And you just see that the blacks are now even covering each other. So yeah, just the difference in speed compared to the two, the pink and the black. As soon as the pink just tacked on top of the blacks just slowed down so much. So really strong stuff from the pink, especially to recover from a pretty tough start. Final Firefly race of the day. It looks like we have a 156. We've seen a lot of that in today. 156, 234 for the yellows. So boat in one. Good luck to you. So we've got blue stripies versus yellow stripies. Blue boat being aggressive in first, just pushing the yellow boat off. However, that does allow the boat in on the other side, so boat number 5, doesn't have to sail all that fast to stay ahead of, just stay out of one's way. So boat in first being aggressive, but will that cost them a position? This is close to one. I think boat in first has just given up enough that they're not going to be able to get back in first. I think the yellows have just snuck themselves into first and second. So I think the boat in first from the blues, great, you took out a boat. However, 2 boats have just snuck in on the inside of you, and now the yellows have a 1-2. So it's not the time to do anything aggressive when you are just on the run, I don't think. If you're in a 156, very difficult to take out 3 boats all by yourself. I'm not saying it can't be done, I'm just saying it's difficult. it's much easier to take out 3 boats, or at least slow 3 boats down at Mark 3. So now the yellow's coming round. Let's see how well they do on the covering game. They did well enough to have themselves a 2-3-4 coming up on the beat. Interesting that the yellows just tacked there. So boat number 4 just tacked there, which might give the blues a little advantage. If they can keep their boat speed up, they might be able to get them on starboard. But it looks like everyone is actually laying, so it looks like this is already over. Now it looks like both yellow boats are laying, so they're in a 1-2. I think that's job done for the yellows. I believe that was even a resail, so that'll be a nice. No one ever likes a resail, especially when you've won that race. So well done to the yellows, getting yourself a 1-2. So we'll move away from the Fireflies. Thank you to the Fireflies for such nice racing. Well done to all of you. And we will switch to the blue and yellow jibs of the Fevers. So yellows, they might be slightly ahead, but if they tack, I don't think they'll be able to cross this blue boat on port. So this blue boat's done really well to just keep them pushing them out all this way to the left-hand side, whilst their teammate, who's just tacked, they can get closer and closer to the mark. So yellow have finally pulled the trigger and said, I'm going to tack. They duck underneath the blues. And if I was that blue team, I would have probably just continued to sail on. So now the yellow boat is chomping at the bit, just trying to get over the top of the blue. What the blue can do, so the blue boat in third right now can come and attack them. So they are leeward boat. They can come up and push up towards them. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Keep going. I think the yellows might have just snuck around the front though. Let's have a look at this angle. That's slightly better. So yeah, the yellows have just managed to get round in front of the blues. Looks like the yellows' boat speed is just paying off. The blues were sailing a better angle, but yellows were closer to the breeze. Still pretty close with the blues right on the heels of the yellows. One mistake and they'll be able to catch up. Yellow's coming down the right-hand side of the run. That's a little bit riskier. If blues are on the inside, so the right-hand side from where we're looking at it from the shore, the fact that the blue is on the inside means that they will have mark room. We can see that just here. It looks like that blue is certainly overlapped with the yellow. So it looks like the blues have got in there and they look like they've got a 2-3. So the blues coming around in a 2-3 just because of boat positioning. So yellows, it's very sketchy to come to sail your boat down the right-hand side of the run as you look at it when you are sailing. So yellow, time to pick up your team racing hat and attack one of the blues. Doesn't matter which one, probably better to be boat 3, but given that boat 2 just perfectly positioned themselves there, oof, well saved boat in second from the blue jibs. Pretty close. That will definitely give advantage to the yellows. Yellow tack off. So now yellow are in, well, they're not in last, but still they're not in a perfect position because that blue boat is still on starboard. They will be able to hold that boat there for quite a long time. So this is where I think this is where the race is going to be won and lost. Over on this left-hand side, blue is still in a big four. If this blue boat can manage to handle this yellow boat and keep a hold of them, they could be in with a chance, but they have given up on that chance. They tacked off, which I don't think was the right decision to make. They tacked off and now they're on port. They have to duck underneath this yellow boat. I feel the only chance they had was just to try and keep that yellow boat going off on the port hand side. Now they've tacked again, and I don't think they have the pace to catch that yellow boat. Yellow boat just tacks very sensibly right in front and looks like they are finished. So well done to the yellow boats. Close racing. Take that lesson of the run. And I think we have our final race of the day, which is orange and yellow. Orange majestically coming down the final run. Yellows don't even seem to be making it into the camera shot. Given that this is a resale, I think oranges will be pretty happy with this. So orange boats just finishing off on the last race of the day. That's an emphatic first from orange. And then orange coming in second as well. Well done to those in yellow. It's probably been a pretty big day, and it's certainly picked up. We were all a little bit worried about the breeze, but filled in nicely. Thank you to all of the volunteers for making today happen. I do hope we have enjoyed the variable conditions that we've had today. Reminds us that it is, in fact, autumn. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And well done finally to the last yellow, just finishing there, rounding off today's racing. Thank you again all, and have a lovely evening. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.